guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
That's my cue. Well, hey there. How we doing? Trying to get all settled in here, ready to roll into a Friday. And that's right, believe it or not, TGIF. Here come the weekend. Oh, look at the temperature out there. What a difference a day can make. 24 hours ago, we were 58 degrees outside the hotshot secret bunker as we were kicking things off. We're at 31 at this hour. How low will we go? That's the question. Reality check. Yeah, it's still winter time even after the big warm up. I mean, you saw 60-degree temperatures all the way over toward Washington, D.C. this past day. Come on, get ready. Your reality check is on the way as well. All right, not nearly as much to talk about. The damage in many areas has been done throughout the day Friday. We're still contending with our big storm system. Wintry weather on the north side, heavy rains, flooding, a lot of wind on the southerly side. We'll have updates on a huge pileup. I mean, we're talking 100-plus vehicles involved this past day, shutting things down along some of our interstates. Where shall we begin? Tell you what, I'll pull up the national radar scene and tell you what we're looking at this hour as we get things underway. The snowy side, the wintry side of our storm right now, still have snow falling in the northern portions of Ohio. Areas primarily from, say, about north of Columbus on up into, now the snow's winding down in Toledo, but north central, northeastern Ohio, snow still falling at a pretty good clip. There is that zone of icing, freezing rain and sleet from northwest Ohio, the northwestern portions of PA, right on up the U.S.-Canadian line through New York, much of New York. It's snow in Toronto. It's snow in Ottawa. You get just south of the New York line, though, still a lot of rain. Rain really all the way up into central and even northern portions of Maine tonight. You haven't seen the switchover just yet. Heavy rain continues to fall from Boston through New York City down into just moving east of Washington, D.C. Now, D.C., as the rain winds down, you're not done yet because you've got more rain moving from southwest to northeast through much of Virginia. Really rain all the way back into eastern portions of West Virginia. That's going to all be kind of creeping through D.C. and Maryland through the overnight hours tonight. Our line of heaviest rain extending through, right along the North Carolina-Tennessee line up toward the Bristol area. Rain moving out of southeastern Tennessee, but you've got rain that'll be pushing through Atlanta. It's a rough go at this hour with heavy rains coming down. Rain extending down from there to Alexander City, Montgomery, Alabama, all the way down into the southeastern tip of Mississippi, Mobile. You're going to see some of those heavy rains pushing through the Gulf Coast region through the overnight hours tonight. Now, as our storm progressed from west to east over the last several days, high winds reported in many areas. Topping the list was Wears Valley, Tennessee, a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust early Thursday morning. Strong gusts also reported in Oklahoma, Mississippi. Each of those states reporting wind gusts in excess of 55 miles per hour. National Weather Service reporting a lot of trees down in the southern USA throughout the day Thursday. Had a large tree down on I-55 in Mississippi, as a matter of fact, that shut things down for a while there. How about the snowfall totals? As anticipated, some folks ended up with double-digit numbers. Many places around Kansas City measuring 10-plus inches of snow Thursday. Some cities now digging out from several inches of snow. There were 4 cities in Kansas that recorded 10 inches of snow Thursday. Shawnee, Williamstown, Eudora, and DeSoto. On the Missouri side, several cities picked up 9 inches of snow, including Kansas City, Missouri, and Greenwood, Missouri. The snow that was pushing through the Chicago area right about the time the sun was coming up, you were transitioning from rain to snow, and you ended up with a band of heavy snow that made its way through the Chicago metro area Thursday evening as that big storm made its way across the country. National Weather Service was reporting snowfall rates in excess of an inch per hour, blowing snow, reducing visibility, poor road conditions. Meanwhile, heavy snow also creating difficult driving conditions through that evening commute. Snowfall brings semis to a halt in Missouri, the wintry storm wreaking havoc. One driver, Austin Grubb, posted a video on social media showing a long line of tractor-trailer trucks and other vehicles that found themselves stuck on Route 61 northbound, just south of Hannibal, Missouri, as the snow was intensifying in the state. There was another video that showed near whiteout conditions, a semi-truck stranded in the median. The big pileup, that was a portion of Interstate 39 in Illinois, shut down after about 100 vehicles were involved in a mass collision there. This crash occurred in El Paso, Illinois, mile marker 14, according to WEEK-TV. State police said the crash spanned several hundred yards. Southbound lanes of 39 were shut down at El Paso. Of course, snowy conditions had the interstate snow-packed at the time of the crash. They were technically still under a winter storm warning until about 9 o'clock this past evening. Now, honestly, it doesn't say exactly what time of day this occurred. I can't tell you for certain whether cleanup is continuing there in Illinois or not. But based on the fact that the snow had moved out hours ago, I would presume they've got things cleaned up. No word on injuries or any potential fatalities. All I know, it was just, we've seen these scenarios before. Obviously, there were way too many people, apparently, traveling at a speed too fast for conditions. And when you get those whiteout conditions, all of a sudden it's like you don't see it coming, and you don't even barely have time to touch the brakes. And if you do touch the brakes, you're just sliding, and then one vehicle after another. What a mess. So what do we look forward to now? Okay, well, like I said, the temperature's dramatically dropping off. You're still on the warm side there along the eastern seaboard. Get ready for a potential rapid freeze-up across portions of the Midwest and the interior Northeast. From Thursday night into Friday, temperatures have already plummeted from those spring-like levels Wednesday into the 20s across the central states. We're kind of turning the clock back to January in the central states. Overnight tonight, we're going to continue to do the same, eventually into the Northeast through the day Friday, according to AccuWeather. After we saw temperatures more typical of April in many areas. Forecast temperatures to plummet 10 to 20 degrees or more below average for mid-February. So a dramatic change from west to east across the plains, the Midwest, and the Northeast today as temperatures plunge. Areas of any standing water, slush, or moisture will freeze unless they're treated with ice-melting compounds. On top of that, many crews may not be able to pre-treat roads because the rain had been quickly washing away anything that was on some of those roadways to melt the snow and ice. Heavy snow rates made it difficult for the plowing crews to keep up in some areas. Areas from eastern Kansas through Illinois, southeastern Michigan, northern Indiana, northwest Ohio were hit hard. As that snow continues to push off to the east and the temperatures plunge, we will see a freeze-up from the Central Plains through the Ohio Valley and the lower Great Lakes overnight tonight. So be aware. Travel could grind to a halt in some areas. Especially watch those bridges and overpasses. Of course, the winter weather already forcing the cancellation of tons of flights Thursday. Additional cancellations are likely, even where flights aren't canceled at some of the major hubs like Chicago, Detroit, and St. Louis, and the smaller regional airports, big-time delays, as now again they're going to have to go back to de-icing operations, and runway maintenance will have to take place. And we saw temperatures in the mid-60s through the late afternoon hours in Kansas City, Missouri this past day. Overnight, temperatures plunged 40 degrees before the sun came up Thursday morning. Heavy snow moved in with those whiteout conditions, thunder and lightning. Temperatures plummeted into the lower 20s. Roads rapidly became snow-covered. Travel will remain hazardous into the early hours of Friday morning as the temperatures are going to continue to drop into the single digits after the snowfall. We're talking those areas where you saw, the 10-inch snowfalls. It's all going to freeze up solid as a rock with those, again, single digits overnight. In Chicago, temperatures had dipped to near 30 at daybreak. As I mentioned at the onset here, it had rained most of the night. The transition, just about the time for the morning rush where the snow began to fall, that turned roadways into a wintry mess. Temperatures continue to plunge, ending up in the teens this past evening, looking at a low dropping to about 10 degrees this morning. Temperatures will even be below typical dead of winter levels. January 15, the average high and low for Chicago would be like 31 and 19. Despite the temperature in Detroit peaking at 50 degrees Wednesday, the rain poured down at the start of the day Thursday. You've slipped into the 30s. That wintry mix transitioned over to heavy snow by the evening rush hour and rapidly piled up 6 to 10 inches in the Motor City By the time things ended this past evening, temperatures there will plunge into the lower teens later this morning. You'll only be in the middle 20s for high temperatures this afternoon. Now, technically, Detroit, the heaviest snow is still off to the east now, but you do still have some lingering snow in the Detroit area. That's going to be winding down over the next few hours. Things have wrapped up from Saginaw to Lansing down to Jackson, Michigan. So you're on the tail end. But again, the freeze up, what a mess on the roads. Less snow falling further to the east, eastern Ohio to northwestern Pennsylvania, upstate New York from this storm. However, excessive rain and the rapid melting of the existing snow has led to some significant flooding issues in some areas, and these areas will be subject to that freeze up later on this afternoon into Friday night. Not only will icy areas develop on untreated roads and sidewalks, but areas of water can freeze solid following some of the flooding or the high water. You'll have some icy fields where you had puddled water. It'll be skating rinks. East of the Appalachians in the mid-Atlantic, southeastern New England, most of the roads will tend to dry off in the wake of the drenching showers and gusty storms overnight tonight into early Friday. However, the temperature change will still be pretty dramatic for the final portions of February. New York City, after a high close to a record of 67 degrees on Thursday, you are going to fall through the 30s during the daytime hours today, and then bottom out of the middle 20s by the time we get to Friday night. Big changes. Many locations from the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast may get little temperature rise Friday. Maybe not. You may not see temperatures warm at all as the colder air begins to come in. Not too long after the return to winter, we will be watching for another Alberta clipper that may cause a bit of trouble by Friday night around the Great Lakes and parts of the Northeast for your first half of the weekend. Saturday, snow showers, even some locally heavy snow squalls could create some slippery travel there. Looks like another cross-country storm with impacts ranging from snow, ice, heavy rain, and severe thunderstorms will likely affect the central and eastern USA again next week. Already talking about a time frame of Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Now, some people are off Monday. It's the President's Day holiday. They may want to make sure they take their laptop home later today. You may have to work away from home on Tuesday of next week. Oh, boy. So it just doesn't stop, does it? There you go. Rest of the country tonight. Let me zoom out a little bit here. I believe the Alberta clipper they're talking about. I see some of that snow falling up. Right now, we've got a little bit of snow in north central, northeastern North Dakota, on up toward Winnipeg, and snow back into Calgary towards Edmonton. They're in Canada. And that's our next shot of cold air that's going to be, again, the Great Lakes in the Northeast as we head into Saturday. Meanwhile, who we got checking in out of the box? Let me scroll up here. All kind of listening friends have jumped on board. Hello to Philly Dan tonight. Good morning, drivers from Philadelphia. Everybody stay safe out there. God bless the Rambler. Todd is on board. Richard here from Central Florida, 65 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Heavy D on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Keep on trucking out there. Let's see, Danielle, good morning from Columbus. You're seeing that big temperature change, aren't you? Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Hello to the 15 car. Happy Friday from Charlotte. We've got 68 degrees at this hour. Very windy tonight. Yeah, you're still, like I said, you're on the eastern side of the storm still, the warm side. Get ready for that reality check 15 car. Hello to Miguel, checking in from Fort Lauderdale tonight. Nice and warm, 77 degrees. And I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt like an idiot. Well, at least I won't have to worry about getting grease all over me with these FedEx dollies anyway. Morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive family. Looking forward to tonight's show. Hello, Mr. Q, Larry, afternoon, hammer down. Be safe out there. He's still got 54 degrees, a little bit of rain still falling in Danbury, Connecticut. Hello again, Steve. It's Michael. Snowed in and stuck in a truck stop in Leroy, Illinois. Multiple pileups on I-74 and I-39. Check out the 100-vehicle pileup in El Paso this past day, which happened about 10 minutes after I went through there. Wow. Anyway, right now I am completely boxed in at a truck stop. Okay, so although the snow has gone, exited stage right, the damage has been done. All right, be safe out there. Stay warm, Michael. Tank checks in. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Watching from the home 20 tonight. A cool 34 degrees here in West Tennessee. Everybody truck safe. Have a great weekend. Hello to Double R. Here to wish everyone a good night. Safe driving. We're north of Vegas, headed back for another Barrett-Jackson load. Those Barrett-Jackson been running them to death. But hey, the wheels are turning. You're supposed to be earning, right? Rockpick checks in. Morning, Steve, and the truckers are third shift workers and other insomniacs out there. We've got 33 degrees, raining. Feels like 24 at this hour here in Rochester, New York. James, good morning from Woodstock, Georgia. 60, but dropping. Most of the heavy rain is past, I believe. Hello to Mark. Well, we had rain, shortly followed by sleet, and then topped it off with 4 inches of snow. Now we've got 15 degrees. Be a good time to be home. Wichita, Kansas, on my winter break. Nope, we did not leave the house for this one. Hello to the DTS guy. Greetings from 10 below in Minneapolis. 10 below. Gotta love it. Love the show. Great to have you with us. Buster Brown. Good morning, fellow transportation drivers. To all, safety matters. Thank you so much to Hotshot Secret and Steve. Bill says the Ottawa SS, I guess that's the police, started arresting a few people last night. Chris Barber and Tamara Litch. I don't know, were they some of the organizers maybe? Or I've got the latest on what is expected to be a U.S. convoy getting underway next week. And yeah, the police presence, they say, has really been ramping up there in Ottawa. Sounds like this weekend is going to be clear out time. It appears numerous arrests are going to be forthcoming for those that are still holding the line, as we say. All right, we'll get some of our other listening friends coming up here. Welcome into a Friday. OvernightDriveRadio.com on your iPhone, Android, Facebook, YouTube, or you can check us out there at tncradio.live, iPhone, Android, streaming devices. Great to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. He says the fish are tearing it up. They're jumping in the boat, committing suicide. I guess it is warm enough. Warm enough to be out there fishing tonight. Maybe not tomorrow night, but heat wave. Good morning from the Hacienda. We got as much as a half a foot or better snow in some areas around Edgewood, New Mexico. We've got 23 degrees. We're hoping we can maybe get out of here about 5 a.m. Michael said that pile up there in Illinois happened about 3:15 in the afternoon, Central Time. Word is no severe injuries or fatalities. Amazing. I guess that's good news, but a lot of insurance companies going to be getting calls come Friday morning. Hello to Kyle checking in there, ready to roll into a Friday. Let's see. Felberts says windy and cold in Weber Falls, Oklahoma tonight. Timothy says got 61 degrees now. By sunrise tomorrow morning, they're saying 38. Hello to Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. 55 degrees here at the Harris Ranch in Coalinga, California. Headed for a quick 34-hour restart at home, then to the desert southwest we go. Santa Claus out. All right. Hello to Dave. According to The Blaze, the Canadian government has now threatened to take the truckers' dogs away and impound them. All right, so we're going to take your kids, we're going to take your dogs, we're going to take your truck. My. All right, I'm looking at here the report, which says from Ottawa, the police presence growing Thursday as the Freedom Convoy that has paralyzed the Capitol for weeks as demonstrators continue and get ready for the looming possibility of mass arrests. The truck horns and music that had been blaring incessantly in late January are now quiet as officers begin to mass in the cold drizzle, but demonstrators against pandemic restrictions continue to mill among the vehicles that have jammed the streets around the Parliament. On Kent Street, amid the rows of trucks being refueled by volunteers, a lone toilet sat on the street with a sign telling police to put their tickets inside. Oh boy. New fencing erected on the Parliament hillside of Wellington Street next to the demonstrators' encampments. Police have moved to limit those who enter the downtown core. Statement says from the Ottawa Police, only those with lawful reason to enter the core, such as residents, businesses, and others with lawful reasons, will be allowed in the area. The unlawful protesters must leave the area and will not be provided access. Police will hold a news conference, which that was supposed to take place Thursday afternoon. Now, as police continue to warn protesters that the encampments are illegal, municipal law enforcement officials said that if protesters accompanied by animals in the encampments are unable to care for their pets because of police enforcement, the animal will be placed into protective care for 8 days at the owner's cost. So there you go, exactly what David was just saying. The University of Ottawa moved academic activity online until Monday. And they say they're planning to increase campus security. All the signs are pointing to, I guess they're going to come in and just start arresting everyone on the scene. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, because we had what the authorities telling any protesters that may have children on the scene, that your children may be separated from you, just like they're now saying your animals, your pets, that you might have, your companions in your trucks will be separated as well. We're going to take back the entirety of downtown core and every occupied space. That was the quote from Ottawa's interim police chief telling the city this week. Officers will enforce a plan to remove anyone who refuses to leave. You will be hearing and seeing these actions in the coming days. Here it is, a Friday. You're coming off the heels of the snowstorm. Snow's going to wind down. I would anticipate they'll probably get that underway, probably today. Because as we've seen for, 3 consecutive weekends now, that thousands of additional people have been pouring into Ottawa to join the demonstrators over the weekend. So in my line of thinking, they'll probably start rounding them up today to send the message to deter anyone thinking of joining in Ottawa this weekend to not do so. But who knows? That may not work. Yeah. What if people did begin to show up by the thousands in mass? Could be interesting. All right, we'll get to your calls right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios here on a Friday morning.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the United Nations Security Council as the tensions between Ukraine and Russia continue to unfold, and President Joe Biden says an invasion is still near.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin added that the U.S. government is not seeing any kind of withdrawal from Russian troops at Ukraine's border, instead seeing Russia adding to its capabilities and troops even today. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. The Mypillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. mypillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Michigan Madman says, hooray, it quit snowing. That's good news, right? What'd you end up with all said and done there? I think you got some pretty decent snows there in Michigan. Lord Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Brighton, Colorado this evening. Heading back to Missouri in the morning. All right. Hello to our friends at tncradio.live on board. Hello, all. Be safe tonight. There are some rough spots out there. Yes, indeed. There's Rainmaker checking in. Rainmaker, he's our friend that moved to Thailand. He said the Canadian dictator has caused a big run on the Canadian banks. Interesting. I haven't seen much about that. Maybe, so many of our listening friends are contributors to the show. Send me links to stories, info, what's going on out there. Feel free to do so. Got something you want me to share with the audience? I try to keep an eye on the email on a pretty regular basis throughout the program. It's steve@hotshotsecret.com. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Out of the box this Friday, Overnight Drive's Extreme Weather Chaser Propane 1 checking in. Still got 55 degrees at the Mason-Dixon line. Is it still raining or snowing or what you got?
It's doing absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Oh, well, that's good.
Nothing. Yeah. So anyway, I'm sitting up here in York, Pennsylvania right now, and it's 58 degrees. So I guess we're getting warmer. So we're supposed to be getting colder. What's up with this, Your Honor?
It's on the way. Right? Just enjoy it while you got it. Like I said, it was 58 at this time last evening. That's 30 now and going down.
Yeah, they say it's coming. So I was looking at the radar there. It looks like we'll still have a chance of some heavy showers there before daylight, and really looks like daylight, morning rush hour. Looks like it's all going to be over and done with here. So looks like it's and so they were saying it's supposed to be back up to the 40s, maybe into the 50s through the afternoon today. So We'll see. I don't know if it made it all the way up to 70 for the nation's capital yesterday or not. So anyways, there I see it's time to start boycotting Canada now. Are you going to be on board with boycotting Canada? Can we do this? I mean, the Canadian women's hockey team beat the U.S. hockey team for the gold medal now.
I saw a headline about that. I think, 3 consecutive years Team USA has beat the Canadians, and, well, they were due for a win, right? So a tip of the hat to the Canadian women's hockey team.
Yeah, I guess they faced off like 6 times for the gold medal, and the Canadians have 4 wins and the U.S. have 2, and so I don't know. I think we're on the short end of the stick. Maybe our players just aren't, just don't have the cold in them or something that the Canadians do. The hockey blood. I don't know. So, anyways, well, they did good getting where they were. I mean, they made a silver medal. So I guess it's all right. But would have been better to have the gold medal. And so any word over there on the Ukraine? When I was watching a little bit of the scary news there, the scare tactic news there last night, they were saying how much that Putin has troops on the border, 125,000 ready to invade, and his rebels that he's supporting are going around shooting up the Ukraine now, trying to get the Ukraine people, and their military all on guard and ready to fire back. And I don't know. You think there's just a big cat and mouse game going on over there, or do you think something actually is going to happen out of all that?
I mean, 24 hours ago, you had Russia's leadership kind of like making fun of the West, the U.S. and NATO, saying, "See, we haven't invaded, and we're not going to invade tomorrow, and we're not going to invade next week." And then through the day, Thursday, you're correct. The report I see says the pro-Russian separatist forces in the eastern Ukraine have accused Ukrainian forces of artillery attacks. So that's kind of raising it. You remember they've been talking about what they call false flag operations, where Russia tries to do something to make it look like Ukraine did it to justify their going in. Yeah, yesterday Russia also accused the U.S. of failing to give a constructive response to their security concerns in regards to Ukraine, and again said they may have to take action on their own, including military measures, to satisfy those security concerns. So we're right back where we were day before yesterday. On again, off again. Now, apparently there were some shells fired. The Ukrainian military said the separatists fired 32 shells, which damaged a kindergarten, injured 3 kindergarten workers, knocked out power to the area. Ukrainian ministry military said Ukrainian defenders opened fire in response to stop the activity of the opponent, only in case of threatening the lives of soldiers. So all it takes is that sort of a heated moment, and things could go to hell in a handbasket just like that.
Yeah, you're not kidding there. So, but anyways, yeah, not a lot to report on the weather yet. And other than that, since I don't know, we talked last. I guess I missed yesterday's show. There, I made hold one time, but I got busy in between, so I had to let you go. But anyways, yeah, not a whole lot of change other than that. So I guess we're looking good, and I guess we'll check back in with you later there in case something else develops here. We'll keep our eyes peeled and see what the storm brings along as it comes this way, because I see some green and yellow, and I don't know. I don't see anything much darker than yellow, so maybe we won't make out too bad here.
Yeah, I see. I think you've got more rain on the way. Yeah, you've got more rain on the way, and those wind advisories are still in place. But yeah, I think by the morning rush, you should be winding things down. You're right.
All right. Well, hey, as a great man once said, you know what?
I gotta go.
There you go.
Thank you much. Have a good morning there. I was looking at, had a couple more. Joe checks in via Facebook pretty regularly. Yeah, Joe Self. He did this morning. Morning, Steve. All the cartoon characters have a nice warm 61 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. A little breezy. Everybody stay safe. Have a good weekend. Joe actually sent me an email this past afternoon or evening. Said, Steve, I'm not the type to call the show. I usually check in with you via Facebook. I am looking forward to the truck show, though. I was also thinking like horse feathers, how nice it would be if we could all find a way to get together and maybe put some faces with those names. The last time I was there, I met Rusty Wade, a.k.a. Yoda. I've been driving since 1985, mostly regionally, a little bit of over the road, but now I have a local job here in Winchester, Virginia, running shuttle from the plant to the warehouse. It's only like a 15-mile round trip, and it's nice to be home every day with the wife and granddaughter that we're raising right now. I know you have a lot of listeners out there that are up overnight. That's my hours as well. I do Monday night through Thursday night, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Now, if you have any of those cartoon characters that need someone to chat with through those runs, I give you my blessing. You're welcome to share my name and phone numbers with them, which he gave me there. Joe, it's great to have you with us. Yeah, and with that schedule, you're with us pretty much from start to finish on any given show. Thanks for being a listener out there. And it's not a big deal to dial that number. We're just everyday people. Just like Kentucky Ken. Hi there. Happy Friday.
Hey, happy Friday, Steve and everyone. I just wanted to give you a little report up here. I happened to be in Kansas City, just got on 435 east. It is treacherous. I'm driving with my emergency flashers on and about 25 miles an hour.
Wow.
Very slick spot, a lot of slick spots. I really believe this now. I believe it was a blessing today when I got up to Shelby to drop and pick up another trailer for which I'm taking now. I got laid up there for 12 hours and 6 minutes. So that was probably a good thing, the way these roads look up here, for sure, because they're a mess. I've seen several cars off the road, very little truck traffic, and it's just a mess. Bad temperatures. I've not seen a salt truck or any plows running at all, but you can see the ice underneath the snow. Just shininess. So anybody who's making their way up this way, slow roll. So I already told them when I left the distribution center, it may be Saturday before I get to the spot I'm going to in Paducah.
Wow.
So I'm just going to take my time, but roads are treacherous up here for real.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, is there much traffic out there, or most drivers just kind of?
I think most of the drive I got one truck behind me. I did have a couple pass me, but when I was entering off 29 on the 435, I slid a little bit, and I said, nope, ain't going to happen. So I just threw my emergency flashers on, and I'm gonna do it till I feel it's safe, and I'll just slow roll it. So, but like I said, it's just not good. The roads are not. It looks like they may have got an icing up here first, because there's only one partial lane that's really open on the highways I've been since I came in to the snow, and it was up around St. Joseph. So the roads there were fine, but when I got into Kansas area, not so fine.
Okay.
So I'm going to need a beer when I get home Saturday, I can tell you that. Maybe a big one.
Well, be careful out there, Ken. Be safe, and yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And have a good weekend.
Don't push the envelope, like we often say. There ain't a load worth being injured or losing your life. All right, let's see. Rainmaker sent me links to some of these stories about what's going on with the banks in Canada. Some are saying, with the declaration, the Emergency Act that was implemented, and the fact that protesters are having their accounts frozen, that it almost appears like there has been or is a run on the banks. 5 major Canadian banks went offline. I guess this was Wednesday evening. It continued into Thursday, preventing a number of customers from using electronic transfers, online banking, and mobile banking services. The financial institutions affected included the Royal Bank of Canada, BMO, otherwise known as Bank of Montreal, Scotiabank, TD Bank Canada, and the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce. The number of complaints of people experiencing difficulty accessing their online banking peaked between 5 and 6 p.m. Eastern Wednesday, while accounts of the issue were still occurring on Thursday, according to one report. Notably, customers continue to report problems within half an hour of Royal Bank of Canada declaring that all their systems had been restored. It is also worth mentioning the source of the outage has not been determined, but the timing is noteworthy as it comes just a few days after Prime Minister Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act. Feinbold had earlier reported that Canadian police had blocked over 30 crypto wallets associated with the Freedom Convoy truckers after issuing an order requiring all FinTrack-regulated organizations in Canada to stop interacting with those wallets. Consequently, many people are wondering what's going on with the banks, as a number of them encounter outages. Some reports claiming that a bank run is taking place where a large group of depositors removed their money due to fears sparked by the implementation of the Emergencies Act. That doesn't surprise me. Could this be another one of those, what do you call it, unintended consequences in the country of Canada, which essentially, I would call that a Justin Trudeau self-inflicted wound on the country by doing this. The new requirements that payment service providers must comply with under the newly invoked Emergencies Act were detailed by the Deputy Prime Minister earlier this week. However, she pointed out that since banks are currently required to report to FinTrack, it is unclear how additional laws will induce either planned or unanticipated downtime in the financial sector. So, that's kind of freaking people out. I can't blame them. If you had a concern that if you go into a business or a store and your card is declined, your account has been... Would you blame people for going out and making mass withdrawals? I got to have cash on hand. About 7 before the hour. All right, the plot thickens. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Had one other tidbit from north of the border there where they were interviewing some of the drivers and participants of the protest there in Ottawa. One protester, 23-year-old Justin Aiello, says, today's the day we're all under the impression we're going to get arrested. We're okay with it. It's for a good cause. We're going to have a good time in prison. Now, he drove in from Montreal 20 days ago and was sitting in the truck of his area's what they call block captain, who was out at an organizing meeting. He said nearby there's a young man walking around with a walkie-talkie, part of a watch team. The protesters actually monitoring who's coming into the area, trying to prevent instigators from possibly planting anything that could make them look bad. There were some suggestions that, the arrest and, remember the talk about they removed a cache of weapons out there at the Canadian border in Montana. Those protesters have now broke up, and that blockade is ended. But were those weapons, some are saying, actually planted by instigators? There's a farmer from Toronto, Dave Langill, said police left him a ticket for $79 tucked in a jerry can on his vehicle, which has been illegally parked since Friday. Kind of laughed. He said someone actually offered him several times the ticket's price to buy it as memorabilia. But he said, no, I want to keep it as ammo, planning to litigate it alongside other ticketed drivers and keep the government in court for years. Everybody's already broke, he said, rejecting the idea that his actions were illegal. Again, Trudeau, Monday, becoming the first Canadian leader to invoke the country's Emergencies Act, giving authorities more power to regulate the protests and track their financing. These moves could set the stage for tougher action to quell the standoff. It's almost like the tensions on the Russian-Ukrainian border. Everybody waiting for who's going to make the next move, right? Let's see. Dragon Slayer is on the line this Friday morning. Hello, Dragon Slayer.
Steve, it's nice to talk to you. This is the first time I've called you since you've made the switch. And thank you for doing everything you do for us out here every morning. Did you see the story out of Detroit where the country club at Bloomfield Hills that hosted the 2004 Ryder Cup, it burnt today?
I did not see that. No, sir.
Yeah, they one story I saw from Channel 7 up there, WXYZ News, the firefighters were handing out, just passing memorabilia out as fast as they could while others were trying to put out the flames, but it's totally gone.
Wow.
It's get a chance to go on Facebook there and look up WXYZ, and you can scroll down. Probably 16 hours, because it started at like 10 o'clock in the morning, so probably 16 hours ago or thereabouts.
Okay.
You can see the live video, the live shot of it burning, and then they have some drone footage of it. It's going to be a nice weekend in Oklahoma City where I live. Sunday it's supposed to be back up to 69 degrees there, and then on Monday 76 is for the high, and then bottom drops out again down to 40, and then snow and everything on Wednesday and Thursday next week. So it looks like what you were talking about earlier on the show is going to be coming through.
The weather whiplash. Don't you love the transition of the seasons, up and down, up and down?
Can you imagine what Big Ed is saying? Because he's in the same area as I am. So, or I haven't heard anything about Big Ed. Is he still around?
Oh yeah, Big Ed. He chimed in last evening. He was stirring up a bunch of crap, like he always does.
Okay.
He's planning to join us down in Louisville for the Mid-America Truck Show next month. Now he did.
Yeah, I wish I could make it, but
he did retire from driving truck at his last run there was like January 31st, so he's effectively retired now, but he'll be looking for things to do.
I'm sure he will. That's one guy I wish I could shake his hand.
But you can't make it to Louisville for the truck show, huh?
No, not what I'm doing now. I'm hauling that grain. I got to feed them animals, especially them chickens.
I hear you. All right. Well, hey, Dragon Slayer is a first-time caller for our new venue. I took your number down here. Have you tried the Hot Shot Secret products yet?
I have not. I'm a company driver, and they don't allow us to buy additives. They buy their own additives, and I haven't convinced them to buy the Hot Shot Secret products, but I keep trying.
Well, but you've got a personal vehicle, right? A personal vehicle or two, because I mean, we can get you if you've got a car, a gas engine. You've got the stiction eliminator works in your gas or diesel. You get your gasoline extreme, clean out the oil side, the fuel side, and you'll notice a difference. I'm going to get you a $60 code so you can order what you'd like from hotshotsecret.com. Try it out, and I promise you're going to be calling back telling me, man, Steve, this stuff really made a difference.
All right, Steve, I will take you up on it. I've got a vehicle. I've got an older pickup truck that's having some fuel issues.
There
right
you
now.
go.
You be happy to try it out.
You need it. All right. Well, you picked a perfect time to call. Thank you so much, Dragon Slayer. Have a great night and a wonderful weekend. News break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the United Nations Security Council as the tensions between Ukraine and Russia continue to unfold, and President Joe Biden says an invasion is still near.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin added that the U.S. government is not seeing any kind of withdrawal from Russian troops at Ukraine's border, instead seeing Russia adding to its capabilities and troops even today. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the Mypillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see MyPillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing direction to fight the coronavirus.
We move out of the pandemic phase and we move into a phase which should allow you confidence that we are not walking away, that we're taking the lessons learned and we're leaning into the future.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing the direction to fight the coronavirus. He says they're moving out of crisis and looking towards prevention as well as quick reactions to outbreaks without mandates. He says mitigation efforts like masks won't be required but will still be encouraged for safety. Also, people who are protesting COVID mandates in Canada have moved back from border crossings, but they're still in downtown Ottawa.
These are garbage! You're all being recorded!
Police have begun to make arrests for those few individuals who are causing violence, but other protesters are still remaining. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
People that are trying to capitalize on supply chain issues are now being targeted.
Companies that exploit the ongoing supply chain issues may face prosecution by the Justice Department. The DOJ has launched an initiative specifically looking for companies colluding with competitors to fix prices or wages. The Antitrust Division of the Justice Department formed a global working group to share that intelligence with Australian, Canadian, British, and New Zealand authorities. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
One person is dead after a plane crashed in North Carolina.
The pilot was killed after a small plane collided with a tractor-trailer on the interstate in North Carolina Wednesday. The plane was departing from the Davidson County Airport when it descended due to possible mechanical issues. Trooper Ned Moultrie of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol gave the statement. Moultrie said the plane collided with the rear of a tractor-trailer that was traveling south on Interstate 85. The pilot, who was not identified, died at the scene. He said the truck driver is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries at a hospital.
The Senate has passed a bill to avoid a government shutdown, sending it to President Biden for his signature ahead of a Friday deadline. Senators voted 65 to 27 to approve the measure, which funds the government through March 11th at current levels and provides lawmakers at least 3 weeks to work out a deal to fund the government through the end of September. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Looking at some of the video. Wow, the clubhouse there in Detroit. Yeah, that turned out to be a massive fire. So thanks for the tip there, Dragon Slayer. The Oakland Hills Country Club, as it's called. We're talking like 110,000 square feet. I mean, a big, big building, big clubhouse. Yeah, pretty much destroyed. I looked down, they said the crews were still on the scene at 11 p.m. I got to probably stay through the night. Oakland Hills, they say, over a century old, highly ranked in the golf industry, poised to host some major championships in the coming years. It was also kind of a museum of sorts, as he was describing. Photos, paintings, trophies, artifacts from major tournaments over the years, a trophy case near the front entrance displayed replica trophies of tournaments won by the likes of Jack Nicklaus, Arnold Palmer, Ben Hogan. Well, they say they had some mutual aid crews. When firefighters got there, apparently the smell of smoke was in the building. You couldn't. They had to use infrared. And they detected flames in the attic area. So at that point in time, some of the, mutual aid crews were going in, grabbing some of the memorabilia, what they could, run it to the front door and hand it to club members to get it out. They say at this point, we don't know how much was salvaged, how much damage the clubhouse sustained, but multi-story clubhouse, pro shop, dining halls, locker rooms, banquet facilities. Membership about 750. Very interesting. Hey, let's head over to Thailand this morning. Long ways away. Hello, Rainmaker.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing all right. Happy Friday. What's going on? What kind of weather you got there? You got 70, 80 degrees today?
Yeah, it's kind of gloomy. It's going to start getting a little cool here pretty soon, and then it's going to rain for like the next 2 or 3 days over the weekend, I think. So, not too bad. And when I wake up in the morning, I fix my coffee. Friday morning here when I got up. So I always listened to the Glenn Beck podcast, and he was talking about Canada. And he was talking about the banks. That's what I heard about it first. And, he's always talking about the Great Reset. And he's even talking that Canada has just started in the Great Reset by the things that they've done. The financial person in charge of Canada is a board member of the World Economic Forum. But the United States, they want to eliminate the dollar and go to a federal, electronic dollar. Plus, when people go to the banks and try to withdraw their money, they're not going to get the money because it's all done electronically. All the money's mainly in the Federal Reserve, so it's just all done electronically. So, it's just going to create a problem. But it's, by him doing what he did up there, he's scaring the hell out of people.
Right.
And then I sent you that link. I sent you that link from Fox where Jesse Waters interviews that one lady that owns a restaurant. And all she did was she felt sorry for one trucker, one person there that was trying to stay warm in the car or vehicle. So she gave a $250 donation. And by her doing that donation, they doxed her. And all these people started, calling her and throwing things at her restaurant. And just, she's getting attacked because supposedly now she's giving money to a terrorist. I sent you that link too from Jesse Waters.
Right, a $250 donation. I think. What did she not have to shut her doors for her business?
Yeah, they put a blanket or a sheet over her sign and all kinds of stuff, and it's calling her all kinds of names, calling her a Nazi and everything. And I mean, my goodness, she was just trying to help someone stay warm in their vehicle by giving them gas money, right?
Yep, right.
And that's what's wrong with the world. The left has got this organization where they can attack you. And Glenn had done a special about dark money. I sent you a link to that where they've got all these groups like Demand Justice where they go out and do all these protests and everything. They get the money from George Soros, and all that. So it's just amazing how evil the left is getting right now. And I was trying to do some research about the Prime Minister of Canada. Can he be impeached? Can he be removed? And technically, I don't think he can. I was just looking at that, and I feel sorry for the Canadians because they're kind of like stuck with him for a while, I think, aren't they?
Next election, not till 2025.
Jeez. And I don't think they cannot impeach him like we can or remove him. And I think Canada is under the authority of the Queen in the UK, right?
I'm not real up to speed, honestly, on Canadian politics. I was just, I had someone called last evening asking about they were under the impression that a Canadian premier was like a lifetime appointment. I said, no, they do hold elections generally about every 4 years. Now, they just held one last year, which Trudeau, the word on the street, the buzz was he wasn't going to be reelected, but he did get reelected. But it's because they had so many different fractured parties, apparently. He won by like 35% of the vote. But that's because when you have people voting for this guy, that when you've got so many different people, that splits the vote up. So an overwhelming majority did not vote for Trudeau, but he ended up with the highest number of votes.
Yeah, I think they even used the Dominion voting machines up there too.
Wow.
So. But yeah, I feel sorry for our Canadian friends. I hear that the United States is supposed to be starting up their own convoy here in the next week, right?
Yes, next week it gets underway. Hadn't got to that yet. The People's Convoy gets underway, I think, next Wednesday.
Yeah, well, I hope the American truck drivers stand up and give support to Canada. They really need it. Well, you enjoy your day, Steve, and I'll talk at you later, my friend.
All right. Thanks for helping out. All the info there, the banks and whatnot. That's very interesting. Hello to Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth. Got 60 degrees still. Yeah, find out they found the dog of the driver who was shot on I-75 there on Wednesday. I did hear the driver was stable, but still in serious condition. His wife will be flying down from Maine, I believe, where they lived, to meet the Good Samaritan who found her, and to be here. I'm headed to Birch Run, Michigan, north of Flint, Saturday. Be there most of next week for a show. Looks like it's going to be very cold and snowy. I hate the snow. I'll be glad when this tour is finished. Had to get my APU heater replaced. That hurt the pocketbook. 4 years old, and this truck isn't holding up very well. Yeah, because you just stuck, what was it, $6,000 in the darn thing on your last run out west of Salt Lake City, didn't you? He said the trucking manufacturers are making trucks that just do not last anymore. Anyway, have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Thanks for checking in there, Buckeye Boy. Our number, 844-844-3388. Checking in from the Hacienda this morning. What do you say, Heatwave?
No, not a whole hell of a lot there, senor. I'll tell you what, it's like any other vehicle out there. Once they get one going, they just mass produce them. It's quantity over quality. And they're looking at the short run saying, well, if we can sell these many vehicles, we'll make millions. And, if you sold a quality vehicle, you're going to have repeat customers. But, that almighty dollar looks pretty big at the very start. So I feel sorry for folks like Buckeye Boy that just seem like they do nothing but just pour money in and getting dimes and nickels back on the other side.
I mean, you think there's any truth to the mentality I've heard over the years that, you don't want to make a product that's going to last forever because they want you to come back. They want you to use that used to be the general rule of thumb was companies would buy a truck, run them for like 3 years until I guess the warranty runs out, trade in for a new. I don't doubt that there's more truth than fiction to that. They want you to come back and buy another vehicle.
Yeah, stay in perpetual debt.
Well, yes.
I guess is what that pretty much is. It's a vicious cycle. Yeah, I'll tell you what, we got into Albuquerque and the roads were really nice and dry from about Grants all the way into our yard there in Albuquerque yesterday morning. And tell you what, on my way home, it was like night and day. Just as soon as I got to the east side of Albuquerque to the Zuzax exit, I mean, it turned a crap in a heartbeat there. I mean, snow was blowing to beat the band. The roads were getting crappy. Well, thank goodness I was in my four-wheel drive because I know that Camaro would not have made it up that hill. But, you're talking about that accident up there in El Paso, Illinois, with all them vehicles hitting each other. Well, you have drivers out here that have not been in snow before, or they just don't care. You're in their damn way, and they've got to go, so you are just a speed bump to them. I mean, climbing up the hill from Zuzax to Cedillo, it's like it's 3 lanes, and I had this old boy just chomping on my butt, trying to get me to go faster up a hill. And I finally got over, and I mean, he is just going at road speed. Now we've got, slush and snow and I don't know what all on that highway, but I mean, he is just shoveling the coal. And it's like, man, you need to think about someone shoveling the dirt on your gravesite because that's about where you're going to wind up. Everyone else is slowing down, got the 4-ways on, and I noticed that what I could see of the trailer, the license plate said California. So I'm thinking, all right, it's probably a foreign driver who's not done this before, and they just figure, it's just like rain, whatever. But, they are the same ones later on down the road when their truck's in the ditch or laid over, they're out there grabbing their hat, taking it off their head and scratching their head, wondering how the hell did this happen?
Yep.
Well, I can tell you how it happened. You're driving too damn fast. Slow down, people. Good night. Trying to save some minutes when they realize it may be days, hours, or weeks when they wreck. And then all that insurance paperwork they got to put out. So, anyways, it's that time of year where nobody wants to have freight on the dock. The shippers don't want it. The receivers don't want it. And they figure they can hide their money by putting it on trucks. And for some reason, it's always this time of year, and I guess it's tax time, that, for me, freight is running real slow. So, I mean, we pretty much got ourselves a reset on account that, well, it's been about 34 hours, or will be, by the time we get going again. So, you know, I just wish it wouldn't be at our expense someone to save money.
Right.
But I guess, yeah. So, yeah, I'm looking at you on the TV here, and didn't you used to have a flavor saver under your snaz here a while back, or did you
Flavor saver?
Did you shave it recently?
No, it's still there. It's probably the lighting. I don't know. It's
I mean, man, I got
my cookie duster
TV set over here, and I just So, anyways, well, I think I'm going to hit the hay here for about 40 minutes, 20 minutes. I don't know. They're going to call me at midnight here, and we're going to figure out whether or not we do have a 5 a.m. run or not. But I understand Eskimo Mom's not feeling too good, so she probably won't be checking in tonight.
Okay.
So, yep. So, and that old boy that is running 7 to 7, that's left you with his number. If you can, give me his number. I'll go ahead and I'll give him a holler, and we'll see what he's all about. We'll bring him into the fold, so to speak. That way you won't feel like he's the Lone Ranger out
I can
there.
do that. I already got an email from Gilligan saying, hey, forward that number to me. So I don't know if he wants to talk to Gilligan or not, though. I tell you, what do you think?
Well, just be sure to have the volume on your phone set down, because Gilligan will he'll yell it out to you, and you'll be able to hear it. Yeah. Well, if Gilligan's going to get it, then it'll be shot out to the rest of us, so that'd be all right. But yeah, always a pleasure bringing more people in and talking to everybody after the show, or during the weekends when you're not on. It's always a blast to catch up with others, and we don't talk about serious things of the day. Well, maybe we do, but I mean, anytime you can chew the fat and shoot the shish
kebab
around and just have a good old time out there, that's all we're trying to do. Keeping each other up and awake and alert, and sometimes it's just sitting at the house here just talking to you and someone else on the other end. So
there you go.
Anyways, I'll go ahead and let you go. Y'all stay warm, senor.
Yep. Well, we're going to have to work on that. Going to be, I think, back down to like 20 later on Friday night. It is 844-844-3388. Back in 2 here on a Friday morning.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, news break just a few minutes away. We did mention the U.S. Convoy. Let's give you the latest. The People's Convoy. The United States version of the trucker protest against COVID mandates hits the road Wednesday. The trip from California across the nation. They tell us right now about 1,000 trucks expected to start the trip and more to join as the convoy heads east. Maureen Steele is the national organizer. Says, quote, we're going to be starting the convoy out of Barstow, California. Adding that the specific location in Barstow will be announced closer to the event because the concern of operational security is paramount. Yeah, the Canadian convoy was pretty organic when it happened. Ours, they had a month's notice. So our concern would be disruptive groups coming in. We're trying to prepare for counter-protest and take safety precautions for that. Organizers have also set up a website where truckers can register, including their license plates, so we know exactly who's in the convoy and to make sure that it's going to be a safe ride. Organizers said, we're demanding that the declaration of a national emergency concerning the COVID pandemic be lifted immediately and our cherished Constitution reigns supreme. Now, donations are being accepted through a website link rather than through GoFundMe or GiveSendGo or other crowdfunding sources. Said organizers will be releasing the towns where the convoy will stop at about 24 hours before they arrive, again for precautionary purposes. She did confirm stops in Arizona and Texas, but said other stop locations will be announced as the convoy moves through the country. Plans to join, Bowling said he plans to join the convoy before it reaches Washington, D.C., if that's the final location. Again, you're holding that back for now. Steele said, we anticipate about 1,000 trucks will leave California. Plans to have a few trucks ahead of the convoy just to check in with law enforcement in towns ahead of the convoy. That if we're going to be marshaling there that evening to make sure they're prepared for a massive convoy to roll into town. Alan and Bonnie Kelly, who are truck owners and operators, also said Wednesday they'll be in Barstow on February 23rd from the beginning of the convoy, and said the effort is already getting large amounts of support. I haven't talked to anybody who does not support what we're doing. I've talked to our pastor. He plans on attending. Everyone is supportive. Everybody plans to participate, so I think it's going to be a huge event because it's not just truck drivers. It's we the people, and it's the people from every facet and every industry in this country that are better participating. So it's got potential to be probably the biggest it's ever been. The Convoy's Facebook group already has almost 100,000 followers. Our brothers and sisters on the highway succeeded in opening Canadians' eyes about the unconstitutional mandates and the hardship being forced onto the people. Now it's time for the citizens of the United States of America to unite and demand restoration of our constitutional rights. So says, again, the organizer of this is one of several convoys that will be making that trek from California to Washington, D.C. If indeed there is 1,000 trucks when they depart California, that would be big. No telling how many more could join in along the way at various cities Some if you live in the center of the country, you wouldn't want to probably drive all the way to California to join from the beginning, but as the convoy is headed through your direction, you jump in along the way. How large might this be? Time will tell. And we get a news break at this point in time on a Friday morning. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion. President Biden said the chances of it happening soon are very high.
My sense this will happen in the next several days.
Biden says Russia is moving more forces in, not out of areas surrounding Ukraine, like the Kremlin says, and that Vladimir Putin is trying to create a pretext for an attack.
We have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken explains.
We are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the Mypillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see MyPillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I mentioned earlier this week, it was Tuesday when the police chief there in Ottawa abruptly resigned. And I believe he resigned because he refused to go the route that Justin Trudeau wants the police to go in Ottawa. So let's shove this new guy in place. The interim police chief of Ottawa, who is now being referred to as Comrade Steve Bell, made it clear this past day that he and the residents of Ottawa are sick of protesters. Therefore, effective immediately, no Canadian citizen will be permitted to access, enter, or walk lawfully in the downtown Ottawa area. 100 police checkpoints have been established, according to Bell. Citizens will be questioned about the reason for their travel. Does that now not sound somewhat akin to your papers, please? Also, within his current authority as the regional guard for government, he's been authorized to offer safe passage. For those in Ottawa, you've got a brief window of opportunity to get out of the area. For any current protester or dissent supporter, if you do not exit the area within this window of amnesty, your safety, the safety of remaining citizens, cannot be guaranteed as heavily armed tactical operations begin. Does that not mean the skull cracking will commence shortly? Still to date, they've had no discussion about COVID or removal of any mandates. They haven't even met to discuss anything with the protesters. Now, I feel for the people of Canada. Now, meanwhile, in Montreal, have no idea if this has anything to do with protests. But Quebec's health minister announcing Quebec will phase out the vaccine passport and it will no longer be required anywhere in the province as of March 14. Now, starting Wednesday, Quebecers will no longer need to show proof of vaccination to enter big box stores or government-run liquor or cannabis outlets. I mean, this is less than a month after the passport was imposed in those areas. As of February 21, I guess that's next Monday, the passport will not be required at places of worship or funeral homes. For everywhere else, including elder care settings, restaurants, bars, gyms, entertainment venues, the passport will be withdrawn as of March 14. When most of the COVID restrictions are going to expire, the vaccine passport has been and remains an important tool to fight the pandemic, he said. So we're withdrawing it gradually as we learn to live with the virus. At this moment, the mask wearing will continue to be enforced in the province, though. The epidemiological situation doesn't allow us to remove the mask at this stage. Now, he tried to say the removal of the vaccine passport coincides with the arrival of large quantities of Pfizer's Paxlovid antiviral pill, which he said will help protect the unvaccinated or the most vulnerable from COVID. They're anticipating getting about 5,000 doses per week starting March the 1st. He did go on to say that we could reimpose the passport if a new wave were to emerge. And he added that residents should not delete the cell phone application that stores their code that you have to present to prove the vaccination status. So that is Quebec. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Eagle checks in. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Got you on a Friday morning. What's up?
Yeah, I'm rolling. Yeah, I told you I'm rolling towards Florida right now. Getting ready for the 500, Daytona 500 on Sunday. They ran some races tonight. Disappointing results. Ford won both of the races, so that's not good. But Chevrolet, hopefully they'll have something to show on Sunday for the main race. That's what I'm looking forward to. So we'll see what happens on Sunday afternoon when they get to Daytona. And hopefully we'll see what I didn't hear Monkey Gouger call in the last couple of nights, so yeah, I know he'll be interested. He'll be watching on Sunday probably. The Chevrolet pulls in the victory lane. So we'll see what happens the next couple of days with that situation. Now, getting back to this Canadian deal, Steve, and then I want to talk about another thing that's transpiring with the Ukraine and good old Joe Biden. Okay, it's looking more and more obvious, Steve, that Canada, the truck drivers, I looked at some YouTube videos the last couple of nights and some of these guys, these truck drivers are talking about they're going to stay as long as it takes. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. Mm-hmm. That's all going to come to an end. That's all going to come to an end. Mr. Trudeau, he's taking out all levels to get these trucks removed from the streets of Ottawa. You can go on YouTube right now. They got guys with live cameras. It's real cold in Ottawa right now. I didn't know it was that cold up there. It's snowing, and I think somebody said like -15, -20 or something. The video I was looking at, it's real cold in Ottawa. So some of these truck drivers are sleeping in their trucks with no heat. Because Trudeau, he won't allow nobody. You talking about the guy? They won't even let people donate money to these truck drivers so they can buy fuel and water. And a lot of these truck drivers in interviews I see said they're broke. They ain't got no more money. And, Trudeau, he ought to be ashamed of himself treating people like this. By letting these truck drivers sit out in the cold like that. He's not even trying to talk or negotiate with these people. It's really a damn shame. But, the final step that he took, one guy, he said this is before they knew that they had shut off their bank accounts. Steve, this guy said he went to go withdraw some funds out of his bank, and he couldn't do anything. Trudeau had shut down his bank account of all the truckers in Ottawa that are participating in this deal. So Trudeau is hitting them where it hurts. It's really a sad deal. You know, I didn't know he was capable of being such an evil person like that. So hopefully the truck drivers, like I said, I think me personally, I think that they should go ahead and pull out, get in their trucks, go ahead and leave. They made their point. People all over the world know that they're not happy with Trudeau, but it's obvious that Trudeau is not going to talk to these truck drivers. He's not man enough to do that. And they just basically, a lot of the guys not making no money. It's time to go back to work, Steve. They made the point. It's simple as that. Now, let's talk about something else that I want you to talk about, Steve. After I hang the phone up with you, I seen something. I just happened to be looking on YouTube tonight, and it shocked me what I saw. This is a warning for all the people in the USA not to drop your guard, that the coronavirus is not done. I don't know if you know about it or not, Steve, but over in Hong Kong, which is just across the border from China, they're having an outbreak of the virus. I don't know if it's some new virus that's going on, but they got hospitals that are full. They got so many people that's sick right now with the virus. They putting bodies out in the outside. They don't have no rooms in the hospitals right now. They're filling up again with another strain of a virus. They don't know what the hell it is, but you already know it's going to eventually make its way to the United States of America, like all the rest of them have. Like I told you, they're saying that the death rate is real bad. A lot of people are dying, and they're talking about having lockdowns in Hong Kong. They saying the president, whoever the hell he is talking about locking down the whole city to control this outbreak. And the Chinese president has said that he's going to do everything he can to keep this virus from getting into his country. So it looks like we're not done with this. So all these people that are saying that the virus is over with and you can drop your guard, this and that, you better be ready, because this virus is not done. And it's, like I said, it's going to be here in a city and town near you real soon, unfortunately, Steve. So we got a bad situation going on, with the mandates and all that. No, I don't like the forced wearing masks. No, I don't like the forced vaccinating. No, I don't like this and that. But it looks like it's for, some of these things are for the best for right now, because this virus is not going nowhere real soon, unfortunately. And I thank you for taking my call tonight. And check up on this Hong Kong deal I was talking about.
All right. Yeah, they're calling it a sub-variant of Omicron. Are you able to keep up with all the variants? The original strain, Delta strain, and then you had Delta version 2, like a Delta 2, then Omicron rolls around. Headline, new Omicron subvariant BA.2 spreading rapidly, accounting for roughly 1 out of every 5 new COVID cases sequenced globally, according to the World Health Organization. Let me see here. What are the numbers? Omicron, in turn, represented nearly all the variants identified globally. 98.3% of the genomically sequenced samples that they've broke down over the past 30 days. Translation, BA2 is spreading rapidly, although it's unclear to what effect. BA2, sometimes called stealth Omicron, accounted for the majority of new cases identified in 10 countries as of Monday, including Denmark, India, China, Bangladesh, Guam, Nepal, Pakistan, Montenegro, and the Philippines. The report notes, however, that there are massive differences in its spread across the globe, with the Southeast Asia region reporting the highest prevalence of the BA2 among Omicron sequences, 44.7%, and the region of the Americas reporting the percentage prevalence at 1%. That's good news for the U.S., most of which is removing restrictions after the winter Omicron wave. I believe I've got numbers over here that says right now, I believe the latest number, 73% of us in the USA have immunity from the Omicron strain. I'll get those numbers there, but all right, so that's the one they're talking about there, Eagle. Our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here you go, found the numbers. The Omicron wave that swept the U.S. right after Christmas has bolstered its defenses, which they're now telling us leaving enough protection against the COVID that future spikes will likely require much less, if any, dramatic disruption to society. Millions of individual Americans' immune systems now recognize the virus and are primed to fight it off if they encounter Omicron or even another variant, they say. About half of eligible Americans have received booster shots. There have been nearly 80 million confirmed infections overall. But as I have mentioned before, how many people tested from home, which I can say in this household, you had myself, my wife, my mother-in-law, my daughter, who never went to actually get a test at a facility, but we used the home test. I mean, right there, you've got 4 who aren't even in the books on the record as being a confirmed case. Yeah, we all had it, confirmed by the home test, but never had to be hospitalized. So there's millions and millions more like us. So if you can say 80 million confirmed and many, many millions more, one influential model using those factors and others estimates right now 73% of Americans, for now, are immune to Omicron, the dominant variant, and that would be 80% probably by mid-March. Isn't that kind of the threshold, they said, which is supposed to be like herd immunity? Now, ICU experts agree this will prevent or shorten new illnesses and reduce the amount of virus circulating overall, likely tamping down new waves. Hospitals will get a break from overwhelmed ICUs. We have changed, is the quote. Ali Magdad, a professor of health metrics sciences at the University of Washington in Seattle. We have changed. We've been exposed to this virus, and we know how to deal with it. Now, the current variant or future ones that are sure to pop up, yes, it remains a dangerous germ, but hey, there's your numbers. See, 73% right now immune, according to the models. What's going on, Big Sexy?
Not much, Steve. You was talking about earlier the difference in the temperature. It's 32 here right now, and last night this time it was 64. So
yeah,
that's a 32-degree difference. It's cold out there. North wind is really cold. I sent you 2 emails. I think you got both of them, right?
I know I printed one up here out of Colorado. Man, the video of that was unbelievable.
Yeah. And the other story I sent you was about the woman that they responded to her house, and she had decapitated her 6-year-old and a dog.
Yeah, I would mess. What, the devil was speaking to her, right?
Yeah. And then you remember where all the officers got shot? What was that at? That was out west too, I think. Remember the other day, like 9 of them got shot? Can't remember what was that. Anyway, tonight on News Nation, they showed the video of the body cam of the first officer there.
Yeah.
And when he walked up, there was a guy standing in the door, had his shirt off. He was saying, hurry up, she's choking on her own blood, because the report was a woman had been shot in there. So he was, in life-saving mode when he ran up to the door. And you couldn't even, in the video, you couldn't even see the guy had a gun. And when he got right up to the door, the cop said, who all's in there? He said, just me, and started shooting. Point blank.
Wow.
And he, running, the cop turned and run off hollering, he'd been shot, But, you couldn't even see the gun. If you get a chance, you need to look that up. It's Phoenix where that happened at. Phoenix police released the body cam today. So I imagine any of the Phoenix TV stations would have it on their website. But you need to see that video.
Wow.
And I guess that's about all I got for you. Can't think of anything else at the moment. Oh, yeah, one more thing. You talking about Trudeau was the only one to enact that new act up there, to...
The Emergencies Act, yeah.
Emergency. Well, they had another act before that. That one replaced that one. And the only person to enact that one was either his dad or his grandpa, who was also a Trudeau.
Yep.
So it runs in the family.
Go figure, right? Yeah, the apple don't fall far from the tree, as they say. All right, well, have a good morning. We're up to a news break. Yeah, he sent me a story where they released the dash cam video. Yeah, very frightening. A near fatal crash caught on camera, as they're using this incident as a startling example of why you need to move over, switch lanes, or reduce speed when you see an emergency vehicle. We talk about it all the time, but this was, I think, along I-25 this past Tuesday. Give you more details and other industry headlines coming up here. Got a Friday coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the United Nations Security Council as the tensions between Ukraine and Russia continue to unfold, and President Joe Biden says an invasion is still near.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin added that the U.S. government is not seeing any kind of withdrawal from Russian troops at Ukraine's border, instead seeing Russia adding to its capabilities and troops even today. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the Mypillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see MyPillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing direction to fight the coronavirus.
We move out of the pandemic phase and we move into a phase which should allow you confidence that we are not walking away, that we're taking the lessons learned and we're leaning into the future.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing the direction to fight the coronavirus. He says they're moving out of crisis and looking towards prevention as well as quick reactions to outbreaks without mandates. He says mitigation efforts like masks won't be required, but will still be encouraged for safety. Also, people who are protesting COVID mandates in Canada have moved back from border crossings, but they're still in downtown Ottawa.
These are garbage! You're all being recorded!
Police have begun to make arrests for those few individuals who are causing violence, but other protesters are still remaining. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
People that are trying to capitalize on supply chain issues are now being targeted.
Companies that exploit the ongoing supply chain issues may face prosecution by the Justice Department. The DOJ has launched an initiative specifically looking for companies colluding with competitors to fix prices or wages. The Antitrust Division of the Justice Department formed a global working group to share that intelligence with Australian, Canadian, British, and New Zealand authorities. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
One person is dead after a plane crashed in North Carolina.
The pilot was killed after a small plane collided with a tractor-trailer on the interstate in North Carolina Wednesday. The plane was departing from the Davidson County Airport when it descended due to possible mechanical issues. Trooper Ned Moultrie of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol gave the statement. Moultrie said the plane collided with the rear of a tractor-trailer that was traveling south on Interstate 85. The pilot, who was not identified, died at the scene. He said the truck driver is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries at a hospital.
The Senate has passed a bill to avoid a government shutdown, sending it to President Biden for his signature ahead of a Friday deadline. Senators voted 65 to 27 to approve the measure, which funds the government through March 11th at current levels and provides lawmakers at least 3 weeks to work out a deal to fund the government through the end of September. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel dual burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, welcome back. Another hour underway on a Friday morning. TGIF. That's pretty funny. I'm looking at photographs. Yeah, over the Super Bowl weekend, of course, the Cincinnati Bengals were in the Super Bowl. Yeah, I know, they lost the game, but meanwhile, in the city of Cincinnati, it's famous for their chili. And, you know, there's really two dominant brands, many, many others, but Skyline Chili and Gold Star Chili, and you know, all the grocery stores had big end displays where people were making planning to make their Skyline Chili dip and various goodies, snacks for the big game. A number of people, apparently, when they opened their can of Skyline Chili, it's like, what the hell is this? That's not chili. Yeah, what is it? It was cream of chicken soup. Morgan Foods recalling 2,205 pounds of Skyline Chili products after the cans were labeled as Skyline Chili, which was actually cream of chicken soup. Whoops. U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service said cans of Skyline Original Chili being recalled to the misbranding and undeclared allergens as a result of the mix-up. So if you got cans of Skyline Chili in the pantry, the cans would have a lot code number. L is in Larry, L2121. And then they've got the product code on the bottom, the best by date, December 21 of 2023. Apparently cans that were packaged at Morgan Foods, Austin, Indiana facility in trays marked as original Skyline Chili. Expiration date December 21, 2024. Cream of chicken soup is also canned at the same facility, according to the vice president of marketing for Skyline. Human error is to blame at the canning facility. Somebody's losing their job, aren't they? Let's see, a Morgan Foods employee mistakenly added 140 cases of 10.5-ounce chicken soup to the labeling run for the 10.5-ounce cans of Skyline Chili. The soup product that was mistakenly put in the Skyline labeled cans contains milk, wheat, soy, other allergens that aren't declared on the Skyline Chili label. So I'm sure anyone who opened their cans of Skyline Chili knew immediately that's not chili. Almost, you know what cream of chicken soup looks like when you open it. That's pretty funny. Big Moose on the loose. What's going on?
Hey, not much, buddy. Hey, now you talking about that Cincinnati chili. Now I'm gonna interject my 2 cents here.
Uh-oh.
There is a little mom and pop shop down there called Brotherton's Family Restaurant, and it's not too far from your home 20 down there. Down there off I think it's, what is that, Hamilton Road down there, Hamilton Avenue?
Yeah.
But anyway, best Cincinnati chili in the world, man. They've been making that recipe down there since, Columbus stepped off the boat. And I'm telling you, there ain't a Skyline, Gold Star, or any imitation in between even hold a candle to that joint. And it's a little unbecoming place, but I'm telling you, you want some true Cincinnati chili, that's the place to get it.
I'm not familiar with that one, so I'll have to check that. Like I said, there's everybody in town has their own rendition of Cincinnati-style chili, as you know. But
oh yeah, at Brotherton's restaurant down there. That's a. I happened up on that place. Well, Simon don't live but about 3 blocks from there, so I fell in love with that place. Every time I go down there, that's what I stop in there for. But no, I'm just hanging out here, and they were talking about this Canadian deal. Packing up and going home because they've made their point is not the answer. You need to call this bluff, stay, toe the mark, stow the line, because I'm telling you, if them people roll over right now and let that little, I can't tell you what I want to call him on the radio, but if we let that Trudeau get the upper hand now, they ain't going to have made their point. What they're going to do is he'll have the power then to shut them down anything they want to do. Because, hey, we shut down the greatest convoy there ever was. You think you're doing something, we shut you down there again, too, Yeah. Did you see that punk on there talking about telling them people that they can stand up with the Nazis and the swastikas and all of that jive? Did you see that?
I certainly did. And the one thing he never pointed out was underneath that swastika flag was a sign depicting Trudeau as a Nazi. That's what he did. He fails to see that.
That's exactly right. And, I tell you, I'm going to clean this up best I can for the airways, but you know what that little white speck is in the middle of chicken crap?
What is it?
It's chicken crap, too. That's what this guy is. He's a chicken shia, but that's what he is. And I'm telling you, he'll get up there and go out there and lock arms and bow down with the Black Lives Matter protesters that are burning down buildings and busting out windows and robbing stores and everything else. Them trucks been sitting up there, and to my knowledge, there's not been one business broken into and looted. There's not been one building set fire to and burnt to the ground. There's been nobody shot. Ain't been no hell raising going on, and he's after them, I ought to tell you something about the man's character right there. He is a dyed-in-the-wool politician, and like I said, they need to just stand their ground. I'll tell you when they'll prove their point, when they roll over and concede to them, and they're almost there. They're doing all these threats. Who do you think he's going to get out there and throw them people in jail, Steve? The people that are titled with that job are supporting those people. Look what happened to the tow trucks. They went up there and joined the dang convoy. Look at the miners. They took the dang trucks up there and joined the dang convoy. Who in the world does this guy think he's going to pull out the kind of manpower it's going to take to clean that mess out down there? I don't care what kind of law he passes. He ain't got the people to go up there and enforce the raid that he's talking about. It ain't never going to happen. Just sit right there where you at, and pretty soon he's going to be rolling over and barking like a dog, because that's what he is,
Well, I mentioned
and
earlier.
I said before, go ahead.
I believe, I mentioned earlier, remember the police chief there in Ottawa resigned on Tuesday abruptly, and I think that's the reason. He wants nothing to do with going in there and trying to round up these people. So obviously the new police chief is willing to do it. How many of the actual officers are going to be willing to do what they're being told to do?
Exactly. That's right. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, that new police chief's either got balls like a brass monkey or he's a stone absolute certifiable retard, because I'm telling you, ain't nobody going to go up there single-handedly and run them people out of there. They can tell, and here's again where they're using the media like a club. They're sensationalizing all this crap on the radio, making it seem a whole lot worse than it is. The fact of the matter is, you got Trudeau up there, got his own, I watched that whatever they call that parliamentary procedure that they had up there. He had everybody in that room pissed off, Steve. I mean, them people were getting up there wagging fingers at him, demanding he apologize. He just gets up there with his little, Theresa May ooh-la-la hairdo and just talks over everybody. He had everybody in that parliament pissed off. He ain't got nobody going to back him up to do nothing up there. And I tell you, just toe the mark. And it'll be time to go back to work when they concede to them and they get what they want, and they're this close. It ain't no time to turn tail and run now. I tell you what, the testicular fortitude that them people have presented up there is almost brings a tear to my eye, because I didn't think there was I doubt that there's enough that people in this country got enough together to do what they've done up there. And they talking about this convoy. Steve, I've been on the ground many a time. They talking about them convoys. I was right in the middle of that mess where we did that 55 march across Indiana, and I mean, everybody's got this convoy. Ain't nobody in this country ever stuck to their guns like them people up there is doing, and I say more power to them. And they were talking about this. Oh, well, we're going to get together in California and go to Washington. Well, we'll see how that plays out. Maybe they'll take a hint from this bunch in Canada and maybe actually get something done this time, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I can tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are too many people, oh, well, we're whipped. We might as well roll over and go back to work, And that's the mindset that's got us into trouble. Thank God that the people in the, that the World War II generation didn't have that mindset when they was over there dealing with a bunch of kamikazes and bloodthirsty Nazis and everything else. Because I tell you what, we'd be speaking Deutsch right now or something else, Because I tell you what's got to take place in this country is you're going to have to man up and do it, And all this crap about this virus and all this stuff, Here's the thing, Steve. 99 point what survivability rate on this virus, even the worst variant they got, is still over 99% survivable, correct?
Last I heard, yes, sir.
Okay, now you got this dang Uncle Joe's Jungle Juice going to cause spike proteins in these kids, and even the guy who invented the stuff said you shouldn't be giving this to nobody that ain't, on their deathbed or infirm in some other way, You got the media socializing this, and you got all these people smoking this government crack pipe, Steve. People believe in this crap. This is a bunch of garbage. When you've got a higher risk of dying getting in your automobile to go get your shot than you do of dying from the disease that the shot's supposed to prevent, there's something wrong. They say, you got a 95% survival rating or a 99.5% survival rating of this virus, and you got 11.2 chance of dying every time you set foot in an automobile, statistically speaking. You see what I'm saying?
100%.
What? Why in the world is it going on? And I tell you what, you got all these politicians up there trying to line their own pockets, and that's what it's all about. It all boils down to it. But I say, hoorah, Canada. Keep them crooks up there, toe the mark and toe the line. Them people he ain't got the manpower to run you out of there. And I tell you what, if they do the same thing down here, don't think for a minute I ain't going to support them if they come down through here and we have a convoy, because I tell you what, there's stuff that needs to be changed in this country. But the fact of the matter is, you got to have the grits and biscuits enough hanging there to make sure that you can stick it through. Getting up there and running your mouth on the radio is one thing. Getting up there and running your mouth on the TV is one thing. Going down there and waving a flag for 10 minutes, then saying, whoops, guess what? They might fire me if I'm not on work at 5 o'clock, and then pair up and run it is one thing, You know what kind of business it takes to get something done is standing your ground. Like little Kyle did up there. Them guys, 3 of them come at him swinging a skateboard and toting a gun. He took care of business. He stood his ground. He done what he's supposed to. That's how we got things done in this country for a lot of years, and it was a lot better. But now they're worried about what gender you identify as, what bathroom you need to use, who you're going to bed with, what kind of creeping crud you're going to bed with, who you're spreading it to. They have convoluted the facts in this country. They've got people's mind, and I tell you what, it's the mental decay of the average American in this country that's led to this. People, I tell you what, they turn them televisions on, and it's just like a baby goat sucking a bottle. Anything comes out of that TV, boy, they lap it up, whether it's true or not. They don't educate themselves on the facts. They have forgotten all of their history. They have no intention of learning any facts, and that's the kind of future they're walking into, you know. And it's sickening. It's absolutely 100% sickening. And I, for one, am fed up with it. The only good thing going, I've already hit a pretty good lick, and I ain't going to have to be around for the worst of it. But I tell you what, our children and our children's children, Lord have mercy, the mess that we're going to leave behind for them, we ought to be hung for. And it's our fault. We've let it happen. We have let it happen. We've stood by and let this crap go on. And I tell you what, it's just like a fire. We sat there and watched them strike the match, and we just stood there and done nothing. We could have put it out. We didn't do it. Then we watched the flame grow a little more, and we could have still put it out, and we didn't do it. And now the whole house is on fire, including the shingles, and now it's going to be a hell of a job to put it out, and I don't think we got enough left in us to do it. And it's bad, you know. We sucked the milk off the vine for a long time, and we thought we were doing something, and we did it all right. We have bred in several generations of entitled, self-effacing little maggots who ain't got enough spine to stand up straight, much less stand up for anything that's right. They have no concept of morality. They've got no concept of decency. They've got no concept of patriotism. They have no concept of what this country means or what this country has meant to so many people. They have no idea what all that blood was shed from what from the first shot that was fired to date. What all that sacrifice has meant to this country. And the worst part about it is, Steve, they don't even give a damn, you know. And that's what we've created. And I'm willing to accept responsibility, because I tell you what, my generation is probably at fault for if we didn't roll the snowball up and started on the downhill trek to hell, buddy, we sure as hell pushed it along, because, you know, we really failed as a people. And now it's got to the point to where, you know, it is what it is. But it's a sad state of affairs. And but I say, go Canada. Get them boys up there, stick to your guns, and make that sapsucker roll over and beg, because he's right there on the verge, you know. And before Gilligan calls and tells everybody of my untimely passing, I'll say, keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, sunny side up and all that jazz, and I'll be 1042 for a day or two.
All right, somebody said they're going to bury you next to Maverick.
Hey, there, it sounds good.
Or wait a minute, he was already buried. Looking at 24 past the hour. I guess if you're rolling, I don't know if you can see this probably can't see it from I-40, but if you're rolling into Pigeon Forge, you may see a little bit of an orange hue in the sky. Things got pretty scary earlier in the evening. At one point, they actually had an emergency evacuation ordered for residents in Pigeon Forge. A fast-moving brush fire. Sevier County Dispatch said that there was a 2-mile evacuation from the Parkside Resort near Little Cove Road and Pine Mountain Road. They had set up an emergency shelter. Several hours later, they reported the evacuation order had been lifted. Sevier County Emergency Management reported that the fire was 40 acres in size at that point, and they were making progress. The 9:30 p.m. update, so going back about 5-6 hours ago, the fire was 45% contained. Fire personnel advise you may continue to see smoke and fire from a distance overnight this morning. Crews continue to monitor and work to contain the fire. So they're down there working through the overnight hours there in Pigeon Forge. Now, I know they had quite a bit of rain come through this past day. I'm surprised Blaze was actually move as swiftly as it did. A couple of days ago, there were red flag warnings in place through much of the South with very low humidity and high winds. Now, the winds were maybe the factor here that was moving this fire, even with the moisture content, but had things been dry, like it was, say, back on Tuesday or Wednesday, it could have been almost a deja vu, a repeat of the fire that we saw sweeping through Fission. How many years ago has that been? But I remember that very well. All right, mentioned, let me see here, before we get to our news break, just ahead here, bottom of the hour coming on. We'll get back to your calls ahead. You want to jump on board this Friday morning? Our number, 844-844-3388. The dash cam video, according to the Colorado State Patrol, Master Trooper Travis Hood stopped a Kia for speeding. Well, the vehicle pulled onto the large shoulder to the left of the high occupancy vehicle lane, the HOV lane. They were off. They were across the line next to the Jersey walls. So it should have been out of harm's way, but no, not in this day and age. As the officer was walking from the Kia back to his motorcycle, a Dodge minivan slammed into the back of the Kia. Now, the officer didn't hesitate, immediately jumped into action to check on everyone involved. While calling for assistance, the driver of the Kia had moderate injuries. The driver of the minivan, also minor injuries. 2 passengers in the minivan that had moderate injuries. But the driver of the minivan cited for careless driving, causing injury. Every day, law enforcement officers and other roadway workers put themselves at risk in an effort to improve safety out there. According to the chief of the Colorado State Patrol, sadly, incidents like this happen with incredible frequency, and we're fortunate that a bigger tragedy didn't play out in this case on I-25. We are sharing this footage because it underscores the responsibility of drivers to move over and pay attention behind the wheel. There's no excuse for driving past any stopped vehicle at this rate of speed. Now, Colorado has the move over law, which was updated in 2020, stating that any driver approaching a stationary emergency, tow, or maintenance vehicle that has their lights flashing must move over at least one lane away. If unable to move over, reduce their speed by at least 20 miles per hour under the posted speed limit. Obviously, with the dash cam video, this vehicle was at by no means at any sort of reduced speed. I mean, full-fledged, incredible impact. Surprised that very well could have been a fatal incident. So with that, we get our news break here. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive here on a Friday morning.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion. President Biden said the chances of it happening soon are very high.
My sense this will happen within the next several days.
Biden says Russia is moving more forces in, not out of areas surrounding Ukraine, like the Kremlin says, and that Vladimir Putin is trying to create a pretext for an attack.
We have reason to believe that they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken explains.
We are laying it out in great detail with the hope that by sharing what we know with the world, we can influence Russia to abandon the path of war and choose a different path while there's still time.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the Mypillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see MyPillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed it is. Yes, it was an Instagram post yesterday from Dan Bongino. He shared, I'm not sure who this actually had gone to, because that's been blanked out, but it's somewhere, a citizen here in the United States. Recall where Give, Send, Go mentioned that they had a hack, earlier this week or late last week, whatever the time flies, right? But some of the names and email addresses of those who had contributed to the Canadian truck convoy after GoFundMe had locked down those millions of dollars in funds, right? They went to the alternative. Now, they say no, what was it, credit card or that sort of information was hacked, but names and addresses. So somebody got a message here from a reporter at the Salt Lake City Tribune, which reads, I am a reporter with the Salt Lake Tribune. Your name and email address appeared in leaked data from Give, Send, Go contributions to the Canadian trucker convoy. Your name appeared to be associated with a $50 donation. You can email or call me to confirm this matches your records. Why did you decide to donate to this campaign? Thanks in advance. Now, Bongino said, this is where you see the corrupt, dishonest media are actually tracking down, harassing private citizens who donated small amounts to the Freedom Convoy after that information, again, was hacked and leaked. This is not journalism. This is political activism. It's shameful. But he said they know exactly what they're doing, just like the $250 donation that the shop owner, a small shop owner there in Canada, had made, and being harassed and having to shut their doors. What the hell's going on out there? Meanwhile, on this side of the border, as we've shared, one convoy set to get underway next Wednesday, a number of U.S. governors and Canadian premiers, just the latest to ask President Biden and Prime Minister Trudeau to roll back and exempt the truck drivers from the vaccine mandates. And I quote, we are writing to request that you immediately reinstate the vaccine and quarantine exemptions available to cross-border truck drivers. 18 leaders from the U.S. and Canada. We understand the importance of vaccines in the fight against COVID and continue to encourage eligible individuals to get vaccinated. However, we are deeply concerned that terminating these exemptions has had demonstrably negative impacts on the North American supply chain, the cost of living, and access to essential products for people in both of our countries. The U.S. and Canada each have mandates blocking unvaccinated foreign nationals, including truck drivers, from crossing the border. The timing of your decision to terminate the vaccine and quarantine exemptions could not have been worse, as North America already was facing grave supply chain constraints. These constraints, combined with increasing inflation, place significant burdens on the residents of both Canada and the United States. And this was signed off by Alberta's Premier, Jason Kenney, Saskatchewan's Premier, Scott Moe, the governors of Alabama, Alaska, Arkansas, Georgia, Idaho, Iowa, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, North and South Dakota, South Carolina, Tennessee, Utah's governor, as well as Wyoming's governor. And all those governors of all these states and provinces, the U.S. governors and Canadian premiers, they are not the first to ask Biden and Trudeau to exempt the truck drivers, as they had been from the beginning of the pandemic, to be exempt from these mandates. You think they'll have any inclination to listen to that? Likely not. All right, who we got on the line here? I'm not seeing a name.
Yes, Hillbilly Tex, Steve.
Well, what's going on, Tex?
Same old thing, man. You put me on behind the moose. Well, Lord have mercy.
Boy, he was on a roll tonight, wasn't he? He was on a tear.
Yes, sir. Well, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, well, now before I talk about what I really want to talk about, I don't complain about too much, but Eagle, you 100% wrong. That's what's wrong with this here country. Them folks up there in Canada, they stand in their grounds and they putting this out all over the world. I mean, we can't just give up and go home and go back to work. We got to stand our ground and prove our point. And when folks can't get groceries, they can't get the toilet paper, no paper towels, or paper plates, or biscuits, or messed up cans of chili. That's the reason I make my own chili. I know what goes in it. But now look at him. You kind of stole my glory too about the fires over here in Pigeon Forge.
Yeah.
I was just looking for some what you call that, Escabadooey or something. Yeah. Well, when the Gatlinburg and all burnt down. Because we had some mighty bad wind last night and yesterday. That's what started that fire up yonder in Gatlinburg, was that 98 mile an hour wind that night.
Right.
But now look at him, Steve. I'm going to put in a big old, if anybody over on the East Coast finds my cowboy hat, just put a stamp on it and send it to exit 81 off the big 75. Had wind come through here yesterday and took my hat off, and me and my walking stick couldn't catch it. So just stick a stamp on it, send to exit 81 off the big 75.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And everybody be safe out there. I know there's snow and ice and rain and high winds. I think we had one about 78 mile an hour yesterday. Over here at Weir's Valley, that's about 25-mile buzzard fly from the house.
That's
I got stuff over here in my yard. I don't know where it come from. So it may have come from the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know. I'm looking for some daggum shrimps over here in the yard. But everybody say hi. I'm just waving a hand because my hat's over on the East Coast. Summers.
Okay.
And
we'll see if
y'all
we can
have a
find
good
that
night,
for you.
everybody.
Thank you, Hillbilly Tex. Good to hear from you. Let me see. Hello to the Mercury Man checking in from Yazoo City, Mississippi. 36-degree, a bone-chilling wind chill, though. Chilly, huh? One more run to Jackson and back, and I'm going home for the weekend. Everybody be safe out there. Be good. There's several folks chiming in about the Big Moose. Yep, you're dead on. Gotta love the Big Moose. Dipsy Driver checking in here. Morning, Steve, and all the hardworking men and women on the roads, first responders on the ready out there. Please stay safe. Great show as always. Who else checking in? Let's see. Someone that goes by the handle Wondering About. Guess you just wonder about everything, right? It's good to hear Big Moose is going to lead this fight and with his passion, not just participate in what he believes in. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. A truck driver kicked in the face by an attempted carjacker Wednesday night, Pasco County, Florida, on I-75. According to the Fox 13 out of Tampa Bay, 43-year-old Dale Patrick Ferris stopped his black GMC in the southbound lanes of I-75 without any lights on. So, first of all, black vehicle, no lights, you can't see that, causing a crash with a woman driving a Subaru. By that point, Ferris had already exited his vehicle and walked into the path of an oncoming Hyundai, driven by a 42-year-old woman. Yeah, she hit the brakes to avoid Harris. Harris then pulled out a gun, climbing onto the hood of the vehicle. Another passing vehicle distracted Ferris and allowed the Hyundai driver to speed away successfully. A semi-truck driven by a 62-year-old truck driver stopped at the scene, got out of his truck to try and help, at which point in time Ferris quickly climbed into the cab of the big rig trying to steal it. He was unable to release the air brakes or put the rig in gear. The trucker and another witness were then trying to stop Ferris, but he proceeded to kick both men in the face and the chest from the driver's seat of the big rig. Police did soon arrive, taking Ferris into custody. Investigators found evidence that Ferris had fired his handgun, including empty casing and bullet strikes in the roadway. So he is now facing several charges: aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, carjacking with the firearm, carjacking, improper exhibition of a firearm, and discharging a firearm in public. CDL Life did have his mugshot accompanied with the story, and he looked like a real winner. But that was pretty much crazy, right? So that could have ended much worse. Well, good morning to the Rambler.
Good morning, Steve. I won't be on here long. I'm calling to report an accident. If you're traveling I-85 northbound out of Montgomery, there's been a very severe bad accident that happened almost right in front of me. I was able to avoid it. Involved it's between mile marker 35 and mile marker 37. So black Ford pickup truck, four-wheel drive, is in the Hammer Lane. KLM driver laid over on the side in the median, and he's almost got the whole entire northbound lane almost completely clogged up. I had to get over on the shoulder, put the four-ways on to slowly get around it. And then some idiot that wasn't even paying attention tried to lock him up, one of these new drivers hauling sod, and almost sideswiped me to avoid hitting the KLM reefer driver. So just be paying attention, God's children. It's bad scene right there. I've just looked at the map, Steve. There's no way to even go even around it. You have to get off there at exit 32 and come all the way down to where I'm at now in Tuskegee to try to avoid the whole accident. But emergency crews are on the way, and it's going to be tied up. They're going to have to shut I-85 down the northbound side. So if you're coming out of Montgomery headed to Atlanta, you can expect a lot of delays right now. And that's between mile markers 35 and 37 is where that accident is.
All right. Well, thank you for the heads up. Prayers for all involved that everybody's okay.
That's right, Steve, and I'll try and call back a little bit later. Just want to give that public service announcement out there. And
great to have you with us.
Everyone take care. God bless, and y'all have a great weekend. Hey, Steve, I'll call back a little later.
All right, well, listen, we'll check in with you then. Look forward to it about 10 before the hour. Meanwhile, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout, and it is 844-844-3388, a Friday morning with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life.
Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, it looks like, according to the press release, maybe a few more parking spaces available for a heat wave there in Albuquerque. The Pilot Company recently opening a new truck stop in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Exit 215 on I-25. Amenities at the 14,300 square foot store. 70 truck parking spaces. 7 diesel lanes, McDonald's, Mickey D's, good old Mickey D's. You can't get that anywhere else. Let's put it in another location. Yeah, 5 showers, a cat scale, laundry facilities. We've been serving drivers across New Mexico for 35 years, proud to open our 15th location in the state. With the new Pilot Travel Center, looking forward to providing fast, friendly service, comfortable facilities, and additional truck parking for our professional drivers traveling through the south end of Albuquerque. Hey, for the guests who may be visiting the new location starting Monday the 21st through March the 13th, you can get 25% off food and beverage purchases by entering the promo code PILOT1106. If you've got the My Rewards Plus app, Pilot 1106. Little promo there. About 6 before the hour. All right, what's going on with Gilligan this morning? Hey there.
Good morning, Steve. I hate to tell you, but that was a pre-recorded message of Big Moose. I learned that these guys earlier tonight for the Jolly Green Giants. Big Moose seemed to have been out there in his garage, and his headband, his tie-dye shirt, his denim bell-bottom pants, and his Birkenstocks. He had his Volkswagen bus jacked up, the ones with the flares on them, like the Mystery Machine from Scooby-Doo. And, he's going to change oil, and bus fell on him.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the real Big Moose was really one of them hippie type guys. People really didn't know the real Big Moose. And that was that beloved hillbilly Tex played the message. Is that right? How Tex come in there just after him? That's because Tex had 2 cell phones there. He was playing Big Moose on one and then picking up the other to talk for himself. Was you aware of that? That's slick, that?
That wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. We'll have some kind words as night goes on for the Big Moose. I'm sure he was a good man. He was a closet hippie, unfortunately. Well, I gotta say though, Old Moose is right on top, right on spot on with that recording there. Well, I give you a little bit of a weather report over here on I-81. The way down, I really hit some hard rain, but since I made my turn down there with Phil, the road is pretty well dry. But it's 64 degrees. I'm here, almost to Buchanan, Virginia. And other than that, it's almost like it's trying to clear off over here. But like you said, that cold weather's supposed to move in here pretty soon. You know, I appreciate the email earlier. Yeah, I got it earlier about Joe's number. Joe, if you're listening, I'll give you a call in the morning if you want after the show's over. Well, that's about all I got for now, and I thank you for taking my call there, Steve.
All right, enjoy those Reese cups here on a Friday morning, right? Probably on number 25 by now. Let me see. We got a couple minutes before we get our top of the hour news break. Hey, looky there. We're already rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast this Friday morning. Let me give you advance notice. It's going to be taking place over there. It's going to start today, as a matter of fact. Troopers in multiple states joining forces for a special enforcement effort over the weekend. It's, I guess, technically underway as we speak, because starting at 12:01 a.m. this morning, Friday the 18th, through the midnight hour Sunday, state police taking part in the annual 6-state trooper project, they call it, targeting driving violations on I-75, according to the Ohio State Patrol. During this high-visibility enforcement effort, troopers will be focused on speeding, seatbelt, operating while under the influence violations. Participating law enforcement agencies in this weekend's 6-state trooper project effort include the Ohio State Highway Patrol, Kentucky State Police, and Michigan State Police. Other members of the 6-state project include Pennsylvania State Police, Indiana State Police, and West Virginia State Police, the entire region. Better be minding your P's and Q's this weekend. The 6-state trooper project, a multi-state law enforcement partnership to promote highway safety, criminal patrol, and intelligence sharing. And with that, we'll come back with more after this. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the United Nations Security Council as the tensions between Ukraine and Russia continue to unfold, and President Joe Biden says an invasion is still near.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin added that the U.S. government is not seeing any kind of withdrawal from Russian troops at Ukraine's border, instead seeing Russia adding to its capabilities and troops even today. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work, because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the Mypillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see MyPillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items too at mypillow.com.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing direction to fight the coronavirus.
We move out of the pandemic phase and we move into a phase which should allow you confidence that we are not walking away, that we're taking the lessons learned and we're leaning into the future.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing the direction to fight the coronavirus. He says they're moving out of crisis and looking towards prevention as well as quick reactions to outbreaks without mandates. He says mitigation efforts like masks won't be required but will still be encouraged for safety. Also, people who are protesting COVID mandates in Canada have moved back from border crossings, but they're still in downtown Ottawa.
These are garbage. You're all being recorded.
Police have begun to make arrests for those few individuals who are causing violence, but other protesters are still remaining. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
People that are trying to capitalize on supply chain issues are now being targeted.
Companies that exploit the ongoing supply chain issues may face prosecution by the Justice Department. The DOJ has launched an initiative specifically looking for companies colluding with competitors to fix prices or wages. The Antitrust Division of the Justice Department formed a global working group to share that intelligence with Australian, Canadian, British, and New Zealand authorities. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
One person is dead after a plane crashed in North Carolina.
The pilot was killed after a small plane collided with a tractor-trailer on the interstate in North Carolina Wednesday. The plane was departing from the Davidson County Airport when it descended due to possible mechanical issues. Trooper Ned Moultrie of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol gave the statement. Moultrie said the plane collided with the rear of a tractor-trailer that was traveling south on Interstate 85. The pilot, who was not identified, died at the scene. He said the truck driver is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries at a hospital.
The Senate has passed a bill to avoid a government shutdown, sending it to President Biden for his signature ahead of a Friday deadline. Senators voted 65 to 27 to approve the measure, which funds the government through March 11th at current levels and provides lawmakers at least 3 weeks to work out a deal to fund the government through the end of September. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
I found this one rather interesting from Landline this past day. Another group blowing the whistle on the, quote, driver shortage, or the narrative of a driver shortage, calling the current supply chain woes self-inflicted, and actually accusing some carriers of profiteering from the supply chain crisis. Report by the special interest watchdog group known as Accountable U.S. examined the rising freight cost and the perceived driver shortage in trucking. Their findings, well, for anyone in the industry, were not that surprising. While the industry has blamed the historic rate hikes on this growing 80,000 driver shortage, the report reads, experts and rank-and-file truckers have argued the trucking companies have undermined their own workforce by slashing workers' pay and working conditions for decades. In an appearance on Yahoo Finance, Tony Clark, executive director for Accountable US, said that perceived driver shortages are simply the culmination of frustrations with issues in the industry that drivers have been dealing with for years. Truckers themselves are willing to work, but they're not addressing the problems that have been in the trucking industry that even predated the pandemic. According to Clark, the notion of a driver shortage has been perpetuated by carriers who have seized the opportunity to increase costs while passing the blame onto an overregulated, underpaid workforce. The correlation between low pay and improving perceived shortages is not a new concept. It goes back to the Bureau of Labor Statistics report in March of 2019, which concluded if wages were to improve in the industry, any long-term labor shortages would be rectified. As a whole, the market for truck drivers appears to work as well as any other blue-collar labor market. The call to improve pay for drivers at the time, again, 2019, apparently fell on deaf ears and has continued to trend in the wrong direction. According to the Accountable US report, drivers' pay has been more than cut in half from an adjusted medium of $110,000 in 1980 to just $47,130 in 2020. Improving driver pay would go a long way toward getting drivers back on the road. But Clark says issues with the pay are merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to solving some long-standing issues in the industry. If you look at the wages for the median salary for truck drivers in the last 40 years, they've been cut in half. The pay is not keeping pace. But also just the working conditions. Now, OOIDA said they've forever and a day refuted the myth of a driver shortage. A careful review of the facts paints a completely different picture. A picture that is marked by retention issues at times, an unattractive working environment due in large part to long hours and inadequate compensation. Now, they point out here, while many carriers are citing driver shortages as a key reason for the rising cost of moving freight, Clark has suggested another suggestion for the increased cost. He says, quote, what we're finding is that corporate greed can explain a lot of the reason why prices are going up. The Accountable US report reviewed the financial data from 7 large U.S. carriers, a.k.a. Knight Swift Transportation, TFI International, ArcBest Corporation, Old Dominion Freight Lines, Schneider National Incorporated, Yellow Corporation, and Warner Enterprises. All of the companies reviewed increased their rates last year while seeing record profits in that same time. Despite that financial windfall, little was done by those companies to address issues affecting the retention of the drivers. 7 big names there. I recognize most of those. All right, who we got? Is that Horse Feathers?
Yes, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back. I appreciate that. I guess a couple things here. Actually, I forgot the second one already. So in my email there, I get emails I've had for quite a while there from recruiting organizations, and we were talking about John Christner last night, correct?
Correct.
Wasn't that the company that got bought by Hirschbeck?
Correct.
So I open up this email from this recruiting service, and I just check on it every now and then to see what it is. And lo and behold, there's a driving position for John Christner Trucking down in outskirts of Baltimore called Columbia, Maryland, which is over on the west side. So I'm not exactly sure where it would be at over there, but they're offering a great whopping salary of 55 cents a mile. 55 cents a mile. And then they say for every 7 days you work, you get 1 day off.
All right. That's a lot of home time.
So, yeah. So when you spend 4 weeks out in a truck, you can actually be home for 4 days. Wow. Boy, and that 55 cents a mile, if you equate that out to 3,000 miles, which I think is probably on the higher end of what I've been hearing, that, most of these over-the-road companies are running their drivers. Most of them stay within 2,000 to 2,500 now.
Yeah.
Which is about half of what I used to do when before I was of insurance age to be out in the truck for most companies. At 3,000 miles a week, if you calculate out that 55 cents a mile, that's $1,650 gross pay. 1,650. Then you take a quarter of that away for your, deductions and taxes and stuff. That leaves you about $1,200 a week net pay to survive for 7 days a week out on the road.
Wow.
Plus all your bills at home. So how many drivers are actually how many people actually want to go into the transportation industry to drive a truck to start out at 55 cents a mile? I mean, I figure what I'm doing here, I'm home every day, and normally what I do, I'm somewhere between $1.25 and $1.50 a mile. I'm getting paid for what I'm doing. It's just unreal what they expect people to do and live on. And you figure, what are you going to spend at least in food? Are you going to spend $30, $40 a day for truck stop food if you don't get to a Walmart or something or pack your own food?
Right.
So call it $20 to $30 a day. So you're talking anywhere from $140 to $210 a week just to eat. Take that out of that $1,200. Well, what does that leave you? I mean, that's just, and I don't know. It's just seeing that. So, anyways, but hey, if Joe's still listening out there, working his 7 to 7 there, and for some reason Gilligan gets a hold of his phone number and calls him, just remember, Joe, anything Gilligan tells you, don't believe it. Just don't believe it. Whatever he says, just don't believe it. So, anyways, hey, with all that nonsense there, as I said, there was a great American one time says, "Hey, Steve, you know what?
I got to go." 15 past the hour. Yeah, that was one of the stories that was just kind of breaking last evening. We were talking to Captain Kirk, as a matter of fact, in the program, and he said, yeah, it was news that came out like 9:30 that evening. So I had not seen that in the industry headlines. I do see from Overdrive this past day. That's the report. In a move that will create a refrigerated carrier giant, Hirschbaugh Motor Lines is acquiring John Christner Trucking. With combined revenues expected to exceed $1 billion annually, the reefer conglomerate will operate more than 3,000 trucks, 5,000 trailers, along with a $150 million 3PL operation. Hirschbaugh owner and CEO has high expectations for the union, saying these two organizations should be united and fit together like two puzzle pieces. Putting the puzzle pieces together unlocks coast to coast along the southern tier of the U.S. for Hirschbaugh. That's JCT's primary lanes, while Hirschbach's density is largely east of the Rockies. What else in the mix? And let's see. They called the acquisition of the nearly 40-year-old family-owned, operated business truly an honor. So, big company. Guess that's going to be the refrigerated giant in the trucking industry here in the USA with, I think that's supposed to close sometime in April. I believe the transaction set to close early April, according to the report there. And looking at 16 past the hour, it is 844-844-3388. Let's get to Gary checking in this morning. Hello, Gary.
Well, good morning, Steve. I had a little trouble with the cell phone activity there earlier.
I saw you were there and then dropped off. And, well, thanks for dialing us back up.
I was coming into Cincinnati. I had to deliver down in the hole down there at one of the produce places. And I lost it down there. I'm thinking, man, right in the middle of Cincinnati, and you lose your cell. It's like unbelievable. But I just realized we was set working on our schedule at where we're going to be racing. I'm going to be racing the weekend of the truck show. So that means I'll be in Alabama racing while y'all's at the truck show. How are you going to do anything from the show, radio-wise, or
from the Mid-America?
Yeah.
Yes, the plan is we'll be live from noon to 5 Thursday and Friday because this show runs till 6 each of those evenings. And we're going to do 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday because Saturday they run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. So, yeah, we're planning to be live from the booth there all weekend.
Well, maybe I'll try and call in. I know that Friday it wouldn't do me any good to call in because we haven't done nothing. Because we start qualifying Friday night. We got 2 hits on Friday night and 2 hits on Saturday and race Saturday night. So I guess I'll try and make it a plan to call in Saturday after, because we'll be on the ladder by then. We usually do our qualifying on Friday night anyway. That's your best time. Best air anyway. So
we're unlike previous years where we're actually going to be live from, like I said, like noon to 5. That's going to be recorded to play back for the overnight audience. So you'll get to hear us, live during the day, and then the replay during what would normally be the midnight to 5 program. I'm not exactly 100% certain if we're going to have the ability to take phone calls. I think they're supposed to have me set up identical to what I've got here. But a lot of what we're going to be doing is just talking to and interviewing the people there at the show.
Oh, okay. All righty. No, I was just thinking I'd give an update on the car down there. But that, I understand the show. That's where you're at.
If we have the ability to take live calls, there's probably going to be a lot of people. For our regular audience that listens between midnight and 5, they'll probably be sleeping at that time of day. And so we may have some folks that would be able to call in live, but I'm sure we're going to have plenty of our cartoon characters to keep us entertained there at the show.
Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that. Just go out in the parking lot, you'll find them.
Well, I'll be in the booth. We're going to be in the north wing. I was looking this past day. It's a relatively small booth. I was talking to Kyle this evening. I think we got a 10 by 10 booth, and I'm like, we just got the deal worked out where we're going to have 3 of the Bostrom's, and national seating seats in the booth to give away. I think we're just going to use those seats I'll sit in one, and we'll have 2 others there for guests to sit in to do interviews during the show, but trying to work it all out. We're going to be at a different place we've ever been. That north wing, I was looking at the aisles yesterday, some of the really big exhibits. I'm not sure who's going to be like right across from us in the aisle, but it's some of those really big OEM booths and whatnot. It'll be different.
Wow, yeah, that's different from out in
the lobby, yeah.
In the entranceway, I called it.
Yep.
But yeah, I thought the weather coming in there in southern Illinois and Indiana, freezing rain and stuff, but nothing that wasn't passable. Roads are dry. I'm on my way up to Columbus now. Roads are dry. I mean, you could see damp places in them, but I think it all stayed way, way north of here, so that's a blessing.
Good deal.
And but it's been a fairly nice night to truck. There wasn't a whole lot of traffic. Everybody, I guess, was scared to come out, so they stayed in the parking lots. But you know, to touch a little bit on that driver shortage. The stuff that I haul has pork product in it. 90% of the stuff, 90% of the outbound stuff has pork in it. That little local contractor we was hauling had pork in the load, and people come in, cut the rates, and the first 5 loads they got, they refused. Their drivers wouldn't pick them up. So they called us and pay us the bigger rate to haul it. And like now, the stuff that I'm hauling down to Texas has pork, you know. So that alleviates a lot of your steering wheel holders because they won't haul pork, which doesn't matter to me. I don't understand their logic behind it, but naturally it's going to pay better because a lot of people won't haul it. And then of course we bring our produce back that we haul year round down there, and the lack of trucks being down there raises the rates on that. It's not really a driver shortage as far as I'm concerned. It's a lack of drivers wanting to do it, to get the job done. But that's just my 2 cents on their driver shortage. I've heard that since I've been in trucking back in the 70s when I started. So
yep.
They can just keep on preaching their shortage, and I'll keep on doing what I'm doing.
There you go.
But, all right, you have a good night. I'll talk to you next week sometime.
Thanks for the update. I'm glad you had a smooth night of moving freight out there. So not too bad. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Hey there for our friends listening in via tncradio.live this morning. It's a Friday. So here coming up in about 90 minutes, it'll be America's Truckin' Sweetheart, Marcia Campbell, where she'd like to take us back in time to a different decade each week, live from the Grand Ole Opry. Followed by Captain Kirk, Tom Kirk, a driver with well over 1 million safe miles, interviewing the common and not so common people who've made a career in the world of trucking. This week, his special guest is Sludge. Sludge is a popular driver from the TV show Outback Truckers. So be listening for Captain Kirk. Keep on talking, he likes to call it. All right, I've seen some of the comments here, via our friends' YouTube, Facebook. Hello to Sylvester, by the way, online this morning. Looking here, let's see. Huge day today, another big day tomorrow. Yeah, I'm watching the Ukraine. It just looks more and more. I think the war will begin soon. Everybody's sitting on pins and needles. He went on to say, I pray for Ukraine. I hope the war doesn't happen, although the invasion, I feel, has already begun. Yesterday, the USA and Europe said, we're watching very closely for what they call a false flag sort of scenario to unfold. On high alert for any attempts by the Kremlin to create a false pretext for a new war in Europe. We've been hearing some of the comments from President Biden. Sounded unusually dire yesterday. He said, we don't see any signs of a Russian withdrawal. We're seeing more troops moving toward the border, though. He said, quote, every indication we have is they're preparing to go into Ukraine. Now, we have reason to believe that Russia is engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in. He did not provide any details. The estimate of 150,000 Russian troops, that's about 60% of Russia's overall ground forces that are now posted around Ukraine's borders, as the Kremlin continues to insist they have no plans to invade. But they have long considered Ukraine part of their sphere of influence, and NATO's eastward expansion is an existential threat, which is one of the key demands in this crisis, that NATO promise to never allow Ukraine to join. They tell us Biden plans to speak by phone today with other leaders about the military buildup. Anthony Blinken, as we've been hearing as well, revealed some conclusions of U.S. intelligence, part of a strategy designed to expose and preempt any invasion planning. The U.S. has declined to reveal much of the evidence that underlies the claims, though. What did Britain have to say? Britain's foreign secretary says, Vladimir Putin could drag this whole thing out for months and months. There is no evidence that they're withdrawing from the border region near Ukraine. Russian military buildup shows no signs of slowing. We must have no illusions that Russia could drag this out much longer in a brazen ploy to spend weeks more, if not months more, subverting Ukraine and challenging Western unity as they continue to prepare for a possible invasion. And there have been bridges put across the Pripyat River near the Belarus-Ukraine border, according to the Ministry of Armed Forces. Russia continues to say, the West, you're all just gripped by hysteria. And there's a new term, Russophobia. Have you heard that one before? Russophobia. Moscow continues to ridicule claims by U.S. security that the invasion is imminent. Okay. What's to come? We'll get a news break in here and back to your calls at 844-844-3388. A Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
A judge in New York has ordered former President Trump and his daughter Ivanka and son Donald Jr. to sit for depositions requested by the New York Attorney General. Letitia James wants their testimony in her civil investigation into the Trump Organization's finances. They're looking for the values they placed on certain properties and whether those values were false or misleading. Attorneys for Trump argued that the effort to compel his testimony is unprecedented because James is working with the Manhattan District Attorney in a criminal investigation. The judge said that Trump could just plead the fifth, like his son Eric did 500 times during a deposition earlier. The Senate has now approved a short-term federal spending bill that will avert a partial government shutdown on Friday night. This is USA Radio News.
Have you stopped taking your statin? Over half of people will stop taking a statin in the first year due to muscle pain. Marley Drug offers the next generation statin, pitavastatin, which is different from most statins and has low rates of muscle pain. With a prescription, you can get pitavastatin for $1 a day. No insurance needed. Stop putting up with statin pain and call Marley Drug at 800-460-2510. That's 800-460-2510 or go to marleydrug.com.
Not available in Vermont or Alabama.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. J Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, we've been trying to advise for months and months. If you're a procrastinator and you've procrastinated to the last minute, you might wish you didn't. Starting next week, here it comes. The first major mobile carrier will discontinue the 3G service, which could result in electronic logging device violations for truckers who have not transitioned to compatible devices. Starting February 22nd, AT&T's 3G will sunset to make way for the more advanced 4G, 5G services. So this is the first major mobile carrier to sunset their 3G services. Sunset dates for the other carriers are kind of staggered upcoming throughout the year. But according to the memo from back in November, the warning from the FMCSA, drivers who have not upgraded their 3G compatible ELDs could face hours of service violations once sunsetting begins. Any ELD that requires 3G cellular connectivity to perform its functionality will no longer be in compliance with the technical specifications in the ELD rule after the 3G network relies on its sunset. So when you're in an area that does not support 3G, a 3G device will register a malfunction, so you're not going to be in compliance. The sunset dates, as we said, the very first coming up on the 22nd. That's AT&T. Next is Sprint, a.k.a. Sprint's 3G T-Mobile, March the 31st, followed by the Sprint LTE T-Mobile, June 30th, T-Mobile's 3G, July 1, and Verizon's the last on the list, which apparently they're going to maintain 3G if things stay as planned through the end of the year. Verizon says they will sunset December 31st of this year. Now, some of the smaller carriers, Cricket, Boost, Straight Talk, Lifeline, they may use, some may use AT&T. They may split it up depending on where you're at in the country. AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile. So, first devices may stop working on the 22nd. Hey, we get back to your calls this morning and see what's going on with the Knuckle Buster. Happy Friday.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. That's what you carry paper log for.
Well, I guess
if that pad goes down, then I go to paper logs and keep running paper logs until I can get it fixed, right? Can't be out here running paper logs for a year.
No, I think they give you 7 days or something, but I don't know with the whole 3G thing.
Yeah.
If that's the problem, how much time would it take? If you tried to order a new ELD today, like everything else, I think those devices are running like back order because they rely on the chips and all that. I don't know.
I don't need them. I don't worry about it. Mine's up to date.
There you go.
My boss, man, he started on it a long time ago. We don't have but 115 trucks over here. And I promise you, if he sells this company, I'll be like Big Moose and Big Ed, and I'll change my handle to Big Knuckle Buster, and I'll be retired just like they are there.
Well.
All right, Steve, couple years right quick was the dark of the moon on the 6th of June and a Kenworth pulling logs. Cab over Pete with a reaper on and a Jimmy hauling hoe. Mercy sakes, we got ourselves a convoy. I want to see this 1,000-truck convoy. That would be the ultimate for me to finish my career out there, right?
Are you skeptical?
Think they'll ever get 1,000 trucks?
Do I detect some skepticism there? What do you think?
No. I'm just glad they're making that northeast turn over there at Oklahoma City going up to Tulsa. Which, I mean, once I leave Oak City, I just run I-40 all the way back to Memphis. Or if I'm down in Dallas, I won't even have to deal with them at all, right? Well, I do want to know one thing. I can wake up and call you during the day while y'all down there at that truck show, right?
Oh, like on my cell phone. Again, I'm not sure if we're going to have if it's the exact same setup. I guess we would be able to take some calls for anybody that's out there. If not, we'll just have to rely on the cartoon characters that are there.
Yeah, well, I'd have to behave myself. I couldn't tell some of them jokes that I tell in the middle of the night there, right? Yep. Tennessee would probably pop me upside the head real quick. I don't know.
Right.
Hey, I found a weekend guy for you. His name is Steve Sommers. He used to work for WFAN Radio out of San Francisco, California. Think y'all might be able to talk him coming to work. And then we'd be talking to Steve Sommers 7 days a week, right?
Yeah, I think that was out of New York. But yeah, that's back in the day. He was often apparently confused, or they confused me with him on his Wikipedia. The Steve Sommers WFAN, not to be confused with Steve Sommers from the America's Trucking Network.
Yeah, he's I think he was out of California there, but he done a New York-style radio program there. So, I don't know. I think he's retired or something maybe. I don't know. Well, you got $500 you want to just waste?
Not really.
Well, this guy, he picked up a cigar, the used cigar that Michael Jordan had smoked up and put out in an ashtray. And they got it for sale for $500. See, the sad thing is somebody's going to give him that money. Because, I mean, there's just enough people that stupidity ain't got no cure, right?
Yeah.
Well, in May, we got that Road Check America. They're going to be checking our wheels and lug nuts. Old lug nut Louie might want to stay home. Oh, no, wait a minute. They're not going to check him out because that'd be the lug nut behind the wheel and not the one on the truck, right?
That is
correct. Don't say nothing. Get yourself in trouble. All right, Mr. Steve Sommers, that's all of my bull on it for right now there. Y'all have a great morning.
Good to hear from you, old Knucklebuster. Be safe out there, and if we don't talk again, have a good weekend. And 15 before the hour. Who's next up here? There's the Scarecrow. What's going on, Scarecrow? Happy Friday.
Oh, it is Friday. Happy Friday. Oh, Mr. Sommers, good to talk to you again. I missed you for a few days here. You referencing that chili story of yours. Since the dawn of processed food and packaging, there's always been mislabeled products and such here and there, and you go back far enough, something like that would probably be donated to the public or employees or whatever, or sold for pennies on the dollar, staffers and all. I think today probably liability concerns and whatnot have most of that stuff
gonna destroy it,
going out the back door, into the dumpster. Yeah, but that kind of got me thinking about, and it's no different beverage industry too. It spent 25 years working in and around Heileman Brewery up there in La Crosse. We did a lot of the warehousing and such. So when items came up for sale, we were given a chance at it too. Well, I think the item at this story is, I think it was Colt 45 that was packaged into quart bottles, but it was mislabeled with an old style label. So a Colt 45 has a little bit of a kick to it. And there's you're younger and foolisher. There's several cases of that followed me and a few others home. Well, a given weekend, that led to a lot of hold my beer and watch this moment,
All right.
And and to this day, there's still backslapping and whatnot that takes place when we start reminiscing about that and all. So anyway, last night, the last program last night, what was that publication that had given Hillary the free ride? Was that Cosmopolitan or
Vanity Fair?
Like
Vanity Fair.
Okay, that's all about one and the same anyway, I guess. I got to thinking about this. I think it was Tuesday when you made the Monday night into Tuesday program about the investigation that was being brought forward and whatnot. And the following morning, about it would be 11 a.m. your time, I'd stopped at my brother's place. He had television on, Fox News, and across the bottom of the screen there was about 6 different news networks highlighted, and it gave the number of seconds that each of these had given to this story. Like I say, by about 11 o'clock your time, that story had been on the airwaves, on the news networks for a good 12 hours or so. A headline story like that, you would think. Other than Fox News, believe it or not, CNN, they had donated 2 minutes and some odd seconds to it. Now, I did not see Vanity Fair in the lineup at all there, given that they're obviously I expected to be a headliner if Hillary put all that faith into them. But either way, out of those 6 other, or the 5 other networks listed, not a single second had been given to that story.
Yeah.
So as we've said before, one has to listen to Overnight Drive to get the whole story on a lot of this news. Just a lot of it'll just keep getting swept under the rug and such. Let's see, little thing for Rambler. I think it sounded like he'd be calling in again. A question for him specifically. Few programs back, he was rattling off a few names of past callers and whatnot. And one of them he listed was a Droopy Drawers. Now, I can't believe there's that many Droopy Drawers scattered around the country and all. I'm just curious if he knows what his Droopy Drawers' first given name was or is. If it's Jerry by any chance.
Okay.
I worked with the Droopy Drawers, probably starting in the mid-late 80s and through the 90s up till 01 when our company closed up there in La Crosse. And now he lived, I think, in southern Minnesota or such. But so it's just a curiosity. if by any chance it's the same driver that we're referencing here. It sounds like a overnight drive crew is going to be well represented at the truck show. Myself not included, unfortunately. My entertainment dollars are going to be spent on a trip out to see the kids in California in early April. But I'm thinking, Moose sound like he's bringing both his guitar and accordion and such way. Now he's got Hillbilly Tex there. I don't see him so much as a guitar player. I picture him as a banjo picker, but some of the others that are going to be in house there, that little 10x10 display of yours is going to get awful damn crowded if this group is all performing there, isn't it?
I think
I'm thinking
if you just cramming Big Moose into a 10x10 may be a task itself.
I'm kind of thinking more of a 10x20 would be better served there. There's maybe the next go around way it'll be different. But as I say, I can't make it there. But for any others that are adventurous, I could probably see to it that we get another accordion down there. I know my dad's old one is still sitting in the closet, and I got a fiddle sitting there. You could get that into the group, and got a 5-string guitar sitting there. I don't remember. Was Heatwave? Was he coming on out this way?
No, he's not going to be able to make it this year. He's way too far out there. Albuquerque.
Yeah, I understand that. I didn't remember if it'd come up in conversation. I was going to have him swing down through Sacramento. I give my granddaughter my dad's old harmonica here a little while back. It doesn't take too much to get a handle on how to operate one of them. I used to carry it with me, for a number of years going down the road. I never got really too good at it. I could whip off a pretty mean version of old Susanna, though. And anyway, Knucklebuster, he preceded me there. I was kind of thinking about him just prior to his calling. I think that's probably about Tuesday also. We hadn't heard from him for quite some time. I was thinking, boy, this program has been missing a little baloney, so so I dug out my big old book of BS, boners, and baloney, and picked out a few decent tidbits out of there. Well, wouldn't you know it, that was the very program that he called back on, so I wasn't able to spew forth any of the wisdom that's been written down through the years and such. But now some of your listeners probably picked up on the boner part there. There used to be a phrase. There's a phrase out there, pull a boner. Now we're not going the direction here that some of you are thinking. There was a phrase that had to do with doing dumbass things like that. Now, we first picked up on that, I think it was in 8th grade. That would have been about 89, or 69. Yes. Yeah, 1969, yeah. But either way, our English teacher, she was poking fun or correcting different fellow students on pronunciation of words and this and that. And then she, for whatever reason, brought up about pulling boners. And, well, with a classroom of 8th graders, that got more than a few yucks and whatnot. And one of the fellas, he'd muttered something under his breath. And she, mind you, she's probably 50 to 60 years old at this time, so she didn't have a clue the direction we were thinking. But this fella, he murmured something under his breath that she heard, and she said, "Mr. Haug, you've been pulling boners all your life." And you can guess how the rest of the room erupted over that moment.
All right.
And Little did they know at that time that fellow would be my future brother-in-law.
Wow.
But, so either way, if anybody wants to research on what pulling boners means, you can do a search. There's a chance you'll come up with on sites that ask you if you're 18 years old, but that'll be up to you. Beyond that, Steve, at the moment, let things pass. A few other things, but always room next time around. So we'll leave it at that, man.
Have a great morning. Have a good weekend. Scarecrow, thank you for checking in. What do we got here? A couple of minutes till we get top of the hour news update. Texas National Guard. Wow, here, the Texas National Guard troops deployed to the border under Operation Lone Star, they tell us have become the first state active duty troops to unionize, seeking to capitalize on the Justice Department's declaration that Guard troops can do so. The Texas State Employees Union's military caucus is scheduled for its first meeting coming up next week, looking to address difficult working conditions, according to one soldier leading the effort, and the Army Times. The Army Times found the soldier posting about the unionization plans on Reddit and verified the soldier's identity while keeping his name anonymous in the report, fearing retaliation from the Texas Military Department leadership. We will be discussing issues specific to service members on Operation Lone Star. We want to know what is affecting service members so we know where to focus our efforts. We'll also be discussing both short-term and long-term strategies, as well as tips and resources for recruiting new members. While it is the first state active duty troops seeking to unionize under the new Biden administration Justice Department filing, there are some full-time Guard troops who have already unionized in the civilian capacity as federal employees, according to the Army Times. The DOJ filing on unionizing had clarified the existing federal law banning military members from unionizing does not apply to Guard members on state active duty or in the inactive National Guard. So in other words, these individuals are under state duty. Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star has thousands of Texas National Guard at the southern border trying to do the work technically at the federal government. Obviously the work that the Biden administration is not doing, but rather interesting. And we'll get our final hour just ahead as we roll into a Friday morning, 18th day of February already. You want to chime in, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the United Nations Security Council as the tensions between Ukraine and Russia continue to unfold, and President Joe Biden says an invasion is still near.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin added that the U.S. government is not seeing any kind of withdrawal from Russian troops at Ukraine's border, instead seeing Russia adding to its capabilities and troops even today. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the Mypillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing direction to fight the coronavirus.
We move out of the pandemic phase and we move into a phase which should allow you confidence that we are not walking away, that we're taking the lessons learned and we're leaning into the future.
California Governor Gavin Newsom says the state is changing the direction to fight the coronavirus. He says they're moving out of crisis and looking towards prevention as well as quick reactions to outbreaks without mandates. He says mitigation efforts like masks won't be required but will still be encouraged for safety. Also, people who are protesting COVID mandates in Canada have moved back from border crossings, but they're still in downtown Ottawa.
These are garbage! You're all being recorded!
Police have begun to make arrests for those few individuals who are causing violence, but other protesters are still remaining. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
People that are trying to capitalize on supply chain issues are now being targeted.
Companies that exploit the ongoing supply chain issues may face prosecution by the Justice Department. The DOJ has launched an initiative specifically looking for companies colluding with competitors to fix prices or wages. The Antitrust Division of the Justice Department formed a global working group to share that intelligence with Australian, Canadian, British, and New Zealand authorities. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
One person is dead after a plane crashed in North Carolina.
The pilot was killed after a small plane collided with a tractor-trailer on the interstate in North Carolina Wednesday. The plane was departing from the Davidson County Airport when it descended due to possible mechanical issues. Trooper Ned Moultrie of the North Carolina State Highway Patrol gave the statement. Moultrie said the plane collided with the rear of a tractor-trailer that was traveling south on Interstate 85. The pilot, who was not identified, died at the scene. He said the truck driver is being treated for non-life-threatening injuries at a hospital.
The Senate has passed a bill to avoid a government shutdown, sending it to President Biden for his signature ahead of a Friday deadline. Senators voted 65 to 27 to approve the measure, which funds the government through March 11th at current levels and provides lawmakers at least 3 weeks to work out a deal to fund the government through the end of September. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Brings us to our final hour this Friday morning. And looking at another update in regards to the U.S. Convoy. Speaking to one of the organizers this past day on Newsmax, American mothers are getting behind the People's Convoy. According to organizer Maureen Steele this past day, there's at least a dozen mothers groups that have come forward, she says. If you back mothers into corner like that by attacking their children, you're going to lose a large voting group, that's for sure. She says, quote, the mothers groups are coming out swinging. Now, she's one of the organizers, or I guess she is the primary organizer of the American Trucker Convoy from California across America starting next Wednesday, who says mothers groups are organizing to supply the truckers with care packages, including food and water. It's not just mothers either, she says. I mean, from all walks of life, much like we saw in Canada, people, this is everybody. This is the entire country, every walk of life, every nationality, every facet of community that you can imagine is on board for freedom. Now, she said the funding for the convoy is planning to hold donations with a private bank to keep them from being frozen by government opposition, which she expects to occur, counter-protests. So our funds should not be able to be frozen or hijacked, and all the money is being held by this third-party firm so we can assure that it absolutely gets to the truckers and it's clean. That's why it took so long. We have such an infrastructure built for this operation. It took a while before we could come out. Now, she says, our convoy will be making stops in Arizona and Texas. Final destination not being disclosed, potentially to keep the expected opposition from anticipating their moves. The People's Convoy Facebook page, more than 101,000 followers. Now, she told Newsmax earlier this week there's about 1,000 truckers signing up to join the protest against emergency orders. We demand the declaration of the national emergency concerning the COVID pandemic be lifted immediately and our cherished Constitution reign supreme. That's pretty much what they're... So it's more than just, I guess, the vaccine mandate for truck drivers, the cross-border drivers, which kind of, that's where it emanated in Canada. As far as the mothers groups, I mean, there are places, there are schools and what, isn't it L.A., I believe? Weren't they one of the first to mandate that all students above the age of 5, I think it is, required to get the COVID vaccination? So, that's starting next Wednesday. And if they have 1,000 trucks, when they get this thing going, that's big. Anyway, get back to Lugnut Louie. What's going on this Friday morning?
Well, good morning, Mr. Peabody Winters. I appreciate you letting me break in as I have a news story that has broken out that we need to go over right away. Frankie, we've been given something here that we need to deal with right away. I have been receiving emails, phone calls. As your self-appointed executive producer, I handle all the business dealings of the show. Mm-hmm. So I field phone calls, etc. And Oscar, we have been receiving hundreds and hundreds of emails and phone calls the last few days. And what has happened here really is we have had a situation evolve from a caller that I called in a few days ago. I'm sure you're familiar with it. You may remember. Hillbilligan called in and made an announcement about someone erroneously passing away.
Oh, yes.
Do you remember that news story?
Yes, absolutely. How could I forget?
Well, Chuck, Chuck, as you can imagine, this has evolved into something much bigger than we thought. And one is being a fake news story has ramifications far beyond the reach of our show.
Oh, tell me, I'm not being sued. Am I being sued? Are you telling me that?
No, this is much worse. I have been receiving emails, facsimile messages, charges for $19.95 over and over and over again. Now, Rex, these charges are very suspect. Some are for flowers, some are for candy, some are for sympathy cards, some are for traveling expenses, many are for fuel charges, some are for looks like miscellaneous expenses for like cleaning a bumper because of being stressed out and crying and just trying to get their mind off of things. So as you can see, Frankie, we have a situation here that needs to be dealt with. Now, first of all, we at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive take no responsibility whatsoever for fake stories. So the burden of proof falls on the caller who elaborates on stories that are not true. So I'm going all out on this. I hate to say this, but look, Jimmy, we need to batten down the hatch. We need to really batten down on this. So what I'm suggesting we do is we have an all full-scale investigation into this, because this is much bigger than you are. So I think what we need to do, look, Chuck, let's just do this. I want to let's launch a full-scale investigation, and in the meanwhile, I want to impose an embargo on none other than Hill Billigan, of course, because he's the one who started this nonsense, and it was prededicated by Mr. Welfare Big Fred, and none other than the Pony Man himself, the Big Goose. They are the ones that have perpetuated this, that have made it much bigger than what it needs to be. And I'm calling for an embargo and a full-scale invasion into their property.
So you don't need my credit card, right? You need Hill Billigan's credit card.
Well, I want to also bring this up because we have a good friend down in Mississippi, the Rustler, that I think can be praying for these people, these stinking heathens, that no down stinking pig farmer, Hill Billigan. He's nothing than a puppet to the Big Goose and Big Fred. I think this is Steve, I'm very upset about this, as you can tell. So, I think we just need you know what, let's do that. Go ahead and give me your credit card, Billy, and I'll keep it on file. I will not charge it back. But these $19.95 charges, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. Did anyone see that coming? They told me I wasn't responsible for any charges. It's Hill Billigan's fault. Well, speaking of charges, paying at the pump. I'd sure hate to be filling up in California. Gas prices in California have soared to a record high this past day, averaging $4.72 per gallon. And the experts tell us $5 a gallon will soon be the norm in California. The national average is at $3.52 per gallon and rising faster than California's prices on a percentage basis. But California is the proxy for what will happen with the energy transition, according to Tom Closa, global head of the energy analysis for the Oil Price Information Service, tracking data for AAA. A number of refineries have closed permanently. Getting people away from fossil fuels might be the right thing to do, but it will not be without pain. Average price for a regular gallon of gas in LA and Long Beach is at $4.77 Monday, according to AAA. In Orange County, the average price for a gallon of regular is $4.74. That's also a record. Californians are used to higher prices, but what we've seen over the last couple of weeks is really raising some eyebrows. These increases week after week can be very frustrating. Obviously, it's tough for families right now and for many people because these rising prices are not just in fuel, it's other areas as well. Inflation is off the charts in this country. Even President Biden warned earlier this week gas prices could get higher if Putin chooses to invade Ukraine. At the same time, if you look back, you can try to blame Putin if an invasion occurs for further price increases, but the price increases we have seen over the past year can undoubtedly be laid before none other than Joe Biden himself. I mean, Joe, you're the one that got this snowball rolling downhill. Day number one, canceling the pipeline. Day number one, putting more burden on oil, looking to invest in recovering some of the vast resources we have right here in the United States. And it's all because of your one-way street going to electrify everything. Joe Biden, you can take the blame for the current prices. 17 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Back in two here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, look at there. Hey, just what he said. That Steve Sommers guy. Senator John Thune says Biden, not Putin, responsible for rising gas prices. Joe Biden, responsible for prices at the pump. John Thune this past day says, quote, this administration came to office, started shutting down energy projects throughout the country, making it more expensive, more difficult to invest, to harvest the enormous resources we have right here at home. Biden got us away from the concept of energy independence. And it forces us now to turn to other countries around the world, particularly unreliable countries, to get our energy needs to be met. It's kind of ironic now because when Biden entered office in January of 21, as we know, he immediately shut down the Keystone XL, which would have brought natural gas and oil from Canada to the United States. Then he turned around and allowed Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline to proceed, pretty much freeing Russia to supply energy to European nations and then refusing to place sanctions on that line when Russia started a military buildup on the Ukrainian border. Now, earlier this week, Biden said he would close the Nord Stream 2, which is right now just weeks away from becoming operational. He's going to shut it down if Russia invades Ukraine. Biden said Nord Stream 2 will not happen. Now, that pipeline is expected to provide up to 98% of the energy needed by European countries like Germany and Finland when it gets into full operation. How about that? Yep, that's what I said. Current prices, what you're paying right now in California, and what we see in California with what these federal mandates, we've had for years, the California Air Resources Board. We're seeing now on a national level with this administration pretty much looking to mandate and implement the same things in the coming years. What they're doing right now, we're going to be doing in fairly short order as far as the price at the pump, what we're going to pay just to get to and from work every day. Good morning, Rambler.
All right, I'm back, Steve, and change us up a little bit. From Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, you got the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, bumping out audio gold from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker in the thriving metropolitan city of Cincinnati. All right, man, we're doing pretty good. If I was a wealthy man, I just had money to spend, you know what I would do?
What's that?
I would definitely bring a Skyline chili down here to the big city of Mobile, Alabama. I can get Skyline chili at the local Publix in a can, or I can get it in the frozen food section, but it's nothing like going into a Skyline chili and getting it right there in the restaurant.
That is correct. I miss about being
over the road.
Yep.
And you know what you could do also? You could take your White Castles, dip them in the Skyline chili. That's even better.
I've never tried that. I've seen some photos of that. People have done it. I don't know. Have you really tried that?
Yes, I have.
Oh,
yes,
boy.
I have. When I first met my wife, we have a Crystals down here. That's like like White Castle. One of the competitors of White Castle. I saw her doing it when I first met her. So when I went back over the road, I got some White Castles and some Skyline chili, and yes, I have tried that, and it's very good. And actually, I remember your dad taught me a trick with the crystals or the White Castles. He used to take the bottom bun and throw it out and put the top bun on bottom, and that was also good too. But I know everyone's talking about the Daytona 500. And everything like that. And I'm sorry. Racing changed for me February 18th, 2001. The driver at that black number 3 made that forward turn and went on to glory to be with the Lord. And, it really just, what happened, when Matt Kenseth, he did the same thing that, oh man, I'm forgetting the man's name. Won the Winston Cup in 1992 with a three-way battle. Alan Kulwicki. Yeah, three-way battle between Bill Elliott, Davey Allison, and Alan Kulwicki. He went and did the same thing in 2003, and they didn't like it. They changed up everything. And, it's just not the same to me. Maybe I'm just an old fogey. Now it's like all the cars are set up, remember how they used to race, the races where the True Value was the sponsor, and you had Steve Kinser and the Busch champion and the NASCAR champion and all this. They all would all get together and race. Now it seems like the car tomorrow, whatever they want to call it, it's all set up the same. It's not interesting. And I can almost guarantee you, Sunday it'll be a no name that we don't even know win the race, or it'll be one of them idiot Bush brothers. So I don't even want to waste my time, because I don't like either one of the Bush brothers.
No.
One of them Bush brothers, Kyle Bush, he's just an idiot. And the other one, Kurt Bush, he must trip on acid. You remember that a few years ago, talking about his girlfriend was a CIA spy? He kept on saying.
I remember he was a little bit off. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and I mean, like I said, call me old-fashioned, but the racers of today are, in my opinion, just as Brother Rambler's opinion, are spoiled rich kids who got into the business by their parents having money or being associated with racing. It ain't like the good old days when they used to, get the cars and go to Hickory and go to the short tracks at Myrtle Beach and this, that, and the other, and try and make a name for themselves. But it's just changed too much for me. I just assume go out there to Five Flags in Pensacola or Mobile International and watch the local guys race. That's more interesting to me. But hey, each his own. You want to watch the 500, watch either one of them Bush brothers or some driver you ain't never heard of win it, by all means, have fun. But in the meantime, I've been asked a question, Steve. I've been asked, why, and this is coming from other preachers, why do you do church online? Ain't it better for someone just to go into a building and hear the word of God preached? And I said, well, yeah, I mean, look, I don't have a problem speaking in front of 100 or 200 people. Don't bother me at all. I said, but what about the people, the person that feels like they're not worthy enough to go into the house of God, but they love the Lord. They want a relationship with God, but they've been hurt. They've been shunned. They feel like they're not good enough because of whatever they're struggling with, even darken the doors of a church. Well, that's why we have Determined Ministries Church, Steve. I can't thank you enough. I tell people all the time, I said, for someone that platform, not only talk about my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but you allow me to promote the church too. And I can't thank you enough. And it's so not about me. It is not about Brother Rambler, Brother Perry, whatever you want to call me. It's about getting that one person to say yes to Jesus Christ and apply that blood of Christ to their life. And the message this Sunday, Steve, is going to be waiting on God. Have you ever asked yourself, you yourself are living a good Christian life, you're doing good, and you look at someone else, you wonder, why come they're being blessed, but I'm not being blessed? We're going to answer that question. If you'll just come on and be with us, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. That's the decent time that I'm on. I'm not on no New York East Coast time. I'm on slow it down Central Time, But hey man, slow it down Central Time, and you can be with us, and we're going to answer that question. And if you have prayer requests, look, all you got to do is message me. Most of you know me on Facebook, and if not, just message Determined Ministries Church, and you ain't got to tell me what you're going through. That's between you and God. But if you need prayer, all you have to say is, Brother Perry or Brother Rambler, I need prayer. Man, look, I'll pray for you. Just like we're praying for Mercedes Kentrill, Patty's daughter. Just like we're praying for Knuckle Buster's daughter. Just like we're praying for Pauline Jett. And so many others, that need prayer. And if you need prayer, man, look, just let me know, brother. I'll pray for you. But like I said, and by the way, Louis, pray for the heathen. I don't live in Mississippi. I don't live in Mississippi, sir. And the only good thing that ever come out of Mississippi, I got to give that to Knuckle Buster at a Bottom Branch. But I see we're up against the clock. like I said, brother, I want you to have a great weekend, and God's children know this, that I love you. Brother Rambler loves you, okay? And I'll sign off with this here. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, I can love you, and I do. And y'all come on, and after you get done with the Determined Ministries Church, stay up a couple of extra hours and shout out at Steve, as he's going to be pumping out audio gold.
Audio gold.
Cincinnati. I love you, brother.
All
God
right.
bless you.
Hey, you've got a consistent message, which I appreciate. And we'll return after this.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
There's reports of ongoing shelling in Russian separatist-controlled areas of Ukraine. Some say it may lay the groundwork for a Russian invasion.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressed the United Nations Security Council as the tensions between Ukraine and Russia continue to unfold, and President Joe Biden says an invasion is still near.
I'm mindful that some have called into question our information, recalling previous instances where intelligence ultimately did not bear out. But let me be clear. I am here today not to start a war, but to prevent one.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin added that the U.S. government is not seeing any kind of withdrawal from Russian troops at Ukraine's border, instead seeing Russia adding to its capabilities and troops even today. From the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. The Mypillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. mypillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So while we all sit back and wait for the invasion to begin, Russia, Ukraine, the invasion of the United States continues unabated. According to the court documents filed in Texas versus Biden, 153,000, just shy of 154,000 people who attempted to enter the United States illegally at our southern border in January of this year, last month. Nearly 30% of them were released into the country. Of the approximately 75,000 taken into custody, roughly 46,000 released into the United States on parole or after being placed in immigration court proceedings. Rather than return people to Mexico, federal law enforcement released tens of thousands into the U.S., despite the ongoing public health concerns, the pandemic protocols requiring they be returned to Mexico, and a mandate that non-citizens entering the United States at ports of entry be fully vaccinated. Can't cross the northern border, but you sure as hell can cross that southern border. You talk about hypocrisy. In addition, the number of migrants apprehended by authorities at the southern border last month was nearly double the number from January of 2021 when Joe Biden took office. In 2019, Washington Post reported that the majority of people stopped at the southern border used to be Mexican men seeking work in the United States. During the Trump administration, however, continuing with the Biden administration, increasingly the migrants encountered have been families and unaccompanied minors from Central and South America. This is what they call other than Mexico, the flood of migrants coming from countries other than Mexico stems from worsening conditions because of the COVID pandemic and, of course, the administration's changes to immigration policy. Recall, upon taking office, Biden proposed a 100-day freeze on deportations, halted the border wall construction, and pledged to restore asylum laws. Sure can cross that southern border. All right. So the red wave. Is the red wave coming this November? As we continue to add to the list of members of the House, in particular on the Democrat side, that will not be running or seeking re-election, the latest becomes Representative Kathleen Rice of New York. Another Democrat announcing she will not run for re-election in November. She has the 4th district that includes much of Long Island's Nassau County, announced her decision earlier this week. She said, "I've always believed that holding political office is neither destiny nor a right. As elected officials, we must give all we have and then know when it's time to allow others to serve. Although I will not be running for re-election to Congress this year, I will remain focused on protecting our democracy and serving my constituents throughout the rest of my term. As I turn to the next chapter of my personal and professional story, I do so with profound thanks to the community leaders, colleagues, and staff who've lived our shared commitment to service with courage and humility." So I've lost track of the numbers. The latest Democrat to announce they will not be seeking re-election. All right, our number is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you here on a Friday morning. Knucklebuster, what's going on there?
Thanks for taking me back a second time there, Mr. Steve Summers. We're coming up on the weekend there, so don't care whether you go to church on Saturday or go to church on Sunday. Just go. That's the best thing to do there. And Maverick, he's still alive there. He's a Pentecostal there because, them Pentecostals can raise people from the dead. And Hank Williams Sr., he wrote that song, "I Saw the Light." I won't sing it and ruin it for everybody. So, but anyway, David Crowder added a verse to that song there. It says, "When death takes me down and I breathe here no more, his anthem will sound on that eternal shore. And I'll join with the angels in heaven on high, singing praise the Lord. He is the light." And that's all of my good time story there. I read there was a cargo ship on fire, Steve, that has 189 Bentleys, 1,100 Porsches, and lots of Audis on board. Tennessee said she would hate to be the insurance agent dealing with that claim, and I would be too. That must be a lot of paperwork, wouldn't it?
That's an expensive load, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. But don't believe everything you see on Facebook there. Take it with a grain of salt. All them stories there, they're not real for real. But anyway, old Dave Ramsey, he tells everybody to have about a 6 month supply of money on hand at your house there. So I don't know if I could save that much money at one time there, Steve. I'd have to have a pretty good sized vault, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah. I might be able to get that much money if I won that lottery there. But anyway, let's keep this overnight drive radio going. People, let's buy some Hot Shot Secret products like Stiction Eliminator, Everyday Diesel. And don't forget to put overnight drive code in that checkout box. To get you 10% discount there. Buy some Steve Summers overnight drive too. And get that baseball cap, that travel mug. Summer's coming on. Get some short sleeve T-shirts there, especially you women. And we all know why I like that. So anyway, have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll talk to you later.
No, why do you like that? I have no idea. Well, thank you, Knucklebuster. Hey, and also don't forget, coming up here when we wind things down this Friday morning, stick around on TNCRadio.live for America's Truckin' Sweetheart coming up next. None other than Marcia Campbell, taking us back in time to a different decade. Not sure where we're headed this week. Live from the Grand Ole Opry, followed by Captain Kirk, Tom Kirk, who's been interviewing Sludge, the popular driver from the television show Outback Truckers. And I have not seen Outback Truckers. So I'll have to check that out. But that's all coming up here on tncradio.live. Yeah, I pulled up the story there. If you've ever taken a cruise, you have to go. Everyone mandatory must participate in the muster drill before departing the port. Learn where your lifeboat is, your emergency station, where to find your life vests in the event that you have to abandon ship. And they always point out, you would think when you're out in the middle of an ocean, you've got all that water. What is the biggest concern at sea? And fire. Fire is the biggest concern at sea. Well, this ship, yes, the crew has abandoned ship. The ship that is packed with high-dollar vehicles. The 656-foot-long Felicity Ace, a roll-on, roll-off car-carrying ship, caught fire in the North Atlantic. Cargo includes Porsches, as he said, Bentleys, Volkswagens. They were headed for Rhode Island at the time of the outbreak of the fire. They were about 90 nautical miles southwest of Portugal's Azores. After the fire broke out in the cargo hold, it spread and forced all 22 members to abandon ship. According to the Portuguese Navy, the crew was safely picked up and taken to a local hotel, and no noticeable source of pollution from the fire, according to the statement, but the ship's owners have arranged for a tow, as right now it's just pretty much adrift out there in the Atlantic. It continues to burn. The Felicity Alice, operated by a Japanese shipping line, Mitsu OSK Lines. Porsche confirmed a number of its cars were among the cargo. Customers with cars on board the burning ship are being contacted by the dealers. Too early to say what the next steps are. They say we are, along with our colleagues, supporting our customers and our dealers the best we can to find solutions. We're in contact with the shipping company, trying to get details of the cars on board, as we know at this point in time. Let's see, Porsche owners, expectant Porsche owners, with cars on board like journalist and host Matt Farah, who said he had a 2022 Porsche Boxster Spyder awaiting delivery. Nope, don't think you're going to get that. Volkswagen also had customers awaiting vehicles on the burning cargo ship. All right, it's a 17,000 metric ton cargo ship, potentially thousands of cars on board. But as of yesterday, the Portuguese Navy said, yes, the fire is ongoing. An ocean patrol vessel remains on site to monitor the abandoned ship. Fire at sea. Yeah, let's see here. We'll get to the country bumpkin just ahead. Quick time out, though. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual-air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, New York Post had a little update on that about an hour ago. It said there are Porsches, there are Audis, there are Lamborghinis. Wow. They had some numbers, 3,965 vehicles on board that ship. Porsche, Audi, Lamborghini, all on board. Yeah, there'll be some disappointed orders there. Hello, Country Bumpkin.
Good morning to you, Mr. Steve Sommers. If anybody's out here in Western Illinois, I just left Decatur, and this road's like the Haynesville Wood, buddy. Nothing but a sheet of ice.
Wow,
I wish I never started my 10-hour clock. Yeah, I figured they'd had it cleaned up this morning. I come out of Holland, Michigan yesterday, and I had to wait for 2 hours. There's a truck jackknifed across the road, another one right across the median, and I shut down Decatur, and I thought they'd get the road cleaned up this morning, but it's still a ribbon of ice. So anybody out here, I just left Decatur about an hour ago.
Wow.
Yeah, they ain't touched these roads. I'm running the shoulder doing 30 mile an hour.
Is that in the zone? Did they get 8-10 inches in there? Is that why they got so much? Or?
They did. Well, across this 72 right here, it's a lot of farmland. So that I think what happened was it rained yesterday, and then that wind come up and the snow blowing across it just froze.
Okay, all right.
Wind coming across these farm fields. That's all that is across here, farm fields. So, nothing but a sheet of ice, buddy. So, buddy out here, if you're planning on heading this, I got to get into Kansas City, but I don't know when I'll get there.
So I guess it's going to be one of those.
Okay, Mr. Sommers.
Take it slow and easy, right? I'm assuming probably not a whole lot of traffic out there at least, but.
No, I'm running the shoulder because you can get a little bite on the shoulder, but the rest of the road, nothing but a sheet of ice.
I'll be darned. All right. Well, be careful out there. Thanks for the update. So heads up for some of the others that may be contemplating hitting the road. Yeah, it's still a mess. You've got a swath stretching from northeastern Kansas all the way up into Michigan. Yeah, let's do a quick radar refresh, see how things are looking at this hour. I knew they were still looking at some rain from, D.C. to New York City on up into Boston through the early morning hours here. Yeah, the bulk of the precip will be winding down in Boston here in the next couple of hours. Now, there's a second. You're going to get a break in the action. Yeah, matter of fact, from Boston to New York to Philly, still some light rain in New York and Philly. There's another line. I bet that's the actual front itself. Once this pushes through, see, this line is all the way back from west of Albany, New York, down to right about Scranton, PA, down to east of Harrisburg, and on down into north central Maryland. Yeah, there's a line, a quick line of showers, some pockets of heavy rain, but undoubtedly that's the cold front. Behind that, oh, looky there, you see the transition, a few flakes of snow have already transitioned over into like State College, PA. So hang in there, horse feathers. You were bragging about your 50-something degrees earlier. It's a-coming. On further to the south, all right, most of the precip is pushed off the coastal areas there in eastern Virginia. Still a little bit of rain in that southeastern corner of Virginia. Still got more rain to come as the line of showers extends right through central portions of North Carolina. You got a line from about, say, Raleigh, North Carolina to Columbia, South Carolina, on down into Albany, Georgia, even just south of Dothan, Alabama, then crossing the Florida Panhandle region as our front continues off to the south and east. Okay, thank you so much for hanging out with us here through the late night, early morning hours as we close out another week. Daytona 500 coming up this weekend. Now, I did see Monkey Gouger did make a post where he was watching the Twin Duels this past evening. But apparently, he said it got so boring, he said, I can't take it. He said, I'm going to flip over and watch some rodeo action. I hope that's not a sign of things to come for the main event coming up this weekend. But we do know Chevrolet will be starting on the front row, both vehicles, 1 and 2. Ford will be starting 3rd and 4th, right behind the Chevys. From there, as we all too well know, anything can happen at Daytona. Again, how often does the pole setter actually win that race? Not very often. And a lot of times the smarter drivers, especially if they're kind of like mid-pack, once the race gets underway, they'll drop back to the tail end to just try not to lose the draft, of course, because then you're screwed. But just drop back and wait for that big one to unfold, trying to avoid being involved in it. But enjoy that, and we'll see you back here Sunday night into a Monday morning for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.